Hey everyone, welcome to Firescale Audiobooks. If you enjoy the audiobooks, don't forget to subscribe to the channel. If you'd like to support us further, consider becoming a Patreon member. As a member, you'll gain the ability to request the next part of a novel audiobook I've uploaded, depending on your Patreon tier.
This is the best I could do, Master. It's more than enough, thank you. I answered after a yawn, sitting at a table in the dining room, wearing nothing but a loose robe, enjoying the breakfast of bread, ham, and some boiled eggs. Luna was already ready with the food by the time I slipped out of our bedroom while Sasha was still sleeping with a satisfied smile hanging on her lips. I made some tea from what I found, but the kitchen is sorely lacking the components I am used to. The tea leaves were subpar, only worthy to be served in some inn at the docks. We are a bit poorer, but that will change. Write down what you need now, and I will order it through my uncle. I still need to get myself some coffee beans anyway. Still, I think this place has its charms. How was your first night? Exciting. Even though my question was asked leisurely, I saw her face go pink as she turned around, acting as if she was doing something else. Why yes, it was adequate. I need time to get used to it, but, KHM. Everything will be fine, don't worry, Master. That's good to hear. Today, I will mostly stay in, I have a ton of writing to do. You can spend the day with Sasha, she will continue showing you around, and you can start picking people out to train as your helpers. Thank you, Master. After I was finished with breakfast, I headed to my office, which was, in fact, my personal library. Sitting down at my desk, enjoying the warm autumn sun shining through the open window, I began copying the pages in my memories related to the magic formation I wanted to work on. While a mage may need intense concentration in drawing one up, it was like tracing lines for me. My mind's eyes projected it onto the paper, and I just had to follow the lines, drawing them from memory easily. I couldn't be happier as this, even in my previous life, immensely helped me, especially on the front lines. Combat engineers had to make repairs on the battlefield, and with an enhanced brain, I didn't need to look up schematics as I remembered them all. My mind quickly transformed the knowledge into images I could use to complete repairs during an engagement. I just hoped I wouldn't manifest any symptoms that could accompany such an ability, like beginning to conjure people up and talking with them when they don't really exist. I saw some colleagues of mine fall into it, breaking under pressure and seeing things that didn't exist. At least I'm in no danger. I murmured, stretching and massaging my wrists after finishing the 10th page. This is going to be extra tiring. I will have to invent the typewriter, huh? The moment our industry is ready to produce fine metalworks, I will build one. Which means I will need to invent papermaking as I guess my region can't do that. Ugh, damn it, more work. When will I get to just sit back and enjoy a martini with Sasha? Shit. We don't even have martinis. What is a typewriter? Or who is this martini guy? Asked a curious voice, and when I looked behind me, Luna was there, looking at my works with a curious yet amazed expression. I could see my reflection in her mismatched eyes, making me smile. It is a machine that helps writing. Also, it speeds up the process and eliminates the need to read my awful handwriting. And martini is a drink, not a person. I see, and Master, your writing isn't that bad. She chuckled but turned a bit troubled again. Is this magic? Why are you drawing magic circles? You can't understand it if you are not a mage. Who told you that? I can understand it just fine. I harumphed, making her flinch, watching me doubtfully. First things first, the outer circle in this formation is borrowed from a water-based spell, while the second circle forms a purifying spell. I say purifying, but it is nothing more than a filtration system. You are just trying to sound cool. She challenged me, not believing my words at all. Everyone knows that only mages can understand it, and if you were a mage, you wouldn't be here. I am not a mage, yes. But the first part is utter bullshit. This formation is pure logic. First, it initiates a water spell, then the second round takes the sample and applies its structure as its base, down to the molecular level. Huh. I'm not finished. The second circle analyzes it. While it is active, any other water going through it will be forced to match the sample. Do you see what I am getting at? I am not a mage. I don't understand any of it. She moaned, her hands on her hips, shaking his head as if I was some kind of lost lunatic. It has nothing to do with being a mage or not. It's pure logic. If the formation is ordered to match the new input with the first one, it will do just that, eliminating everything else until what remains is clean water. Of course, I am not saying it will be perfect. I will need live testing and modifications according to how it goes. The problem is that the formations could only be active indefinitely if a witch is there. And I can't make Sasha stay there. I will need to get myself CC once again. I continued, murmuring to myself, biting on the end of my quill, missing the fact that Luna turned white, her mouth hanging open, and her eyes doubling in size. Master, www what do you mean? She stuttered, poking me with her fingers after I didn't speak anymore. Huh? She didn't tell you. Sasha is a witch. Also, my Prime Minister, Merlin, is a wizard. Duh. Hold me. Huh. I flinched and grabbed her at the last moment as she fainted right into my arms. Are you always this dramatic? These shouldn't be that big of a news. The first testing happened a few days later. Besides Luna, Merlin also came along, excited about watching it happen. I told him over and over again to control his emotions and not let his magic interfere with the experiment. It will be simple. While preparing a linen cloth and painting the formation onto it, I explained what I was expecting to happen. I will seal the opening of the tube where we have nasty, brown water and flip it. If this works as expected, what will come out won't be brown but perfectly clear and safe to drink. Let's see, let's see. Merlin clapped, barely blinking his eyes, while Luna was still flabbergasted, hardly believing I had a wizard and a witch helping me. Okay. Sasha, your turn. I nodded at her, and when she focused, I saw the cloth flash once, but then it went dormant. Did I make a mistake, or was this how it was supposed to be? Holding the meter-long tube, I slowly turned it around, keeping it above a mug, and to my relief, it functioned as expected. What came out of it was crystal-clear water. It works. Merlin shouted, jumping high while laughing, and I couldn't help but share his joy. It really did. After taking off the cloth, only stinky, slimy sludge remained behind, while in the mug, the water was clear, odorless, and tasteless after taking a cautious sip. It was, by my guess, perfectly distilled water. Not that I could be sure of it without any modern measuring tools or a microscope, but my gut was telling me I was right. Let me see. Merlin rushed close, copying me and dipping his tongue into the cup while I refilled the tube with another round of dirty water and repeated the experiment. Even with the sludge being kept inside of it, the end result was the same. Clean water. After the third attempt, it finally broke as the fabric or, more precisely, the formation on it got damaged and no longer functioned. I don't get it. Luna spoke up, watching Merlin take off the now ruined textile, studying it. With this, Sasha explained instead of me, the sewage won't be simply flooded onto an empty field. And? Luna questioned, still not seeing its importance. It is half a solution. I interjected, thinking, scratching my chin, for one, I can collect the sewage and reuse it. The clean water won't go back into the system as drinking water, but it could give us an extra source of it for our industry. Be it metal works or anything that later on comes up, we don't need to draw water away from people's homes. We can have them use the recycled one, I just need to build new castellas to store it and connect it into special systems. What is the second half? Luna asked, tilting her head as her eyes traveled to the nasty sludge at the same time as Sasha's. Yep. I nodded, watching the two. Well, what it will mostly be is, well, shit. I have two ideas about that. On the one hand, we can compost it and use it to revitalize the fields when they are being rotated and help keep them healthy. That is the more complex part, as I will need people collecting it and supervising the composting procedure. If you can teach me, I can select people and establish a department to deal with it, Your Majesty. Merlin reacted immediately, bowing, making Luna twitch her eyebrows. Is he really a kid? No. The answer came from Sasha and me, while Merlin just laughed with a cheeky grin on his face. The second option, I continued, looking at my wife, is to collect the sludge and then incinerate it. But that makes it so I need to develop another filter for the smoke and deal with that, which will result in more waste that needs to be disposed of and... Oh. I feel like Ouroboros. Who? They asked me, but I just waved a hand. I will write up a lesson about composting, Merlin. You can study it and then determine how to proceed, okay? Yes, and thank you, Your Majesty. Don't thank me yet. First, I must develop a method for installing this formation at the end of our sewer system. I need it to be sturdy, resist erosion, and function independently and indefinitely. The biggest problem is how am I going to make it work without making any of you live next to it? Ugh. Yeah. Ugh. I murmured, furrowing my brows, I need CC. Without it, I won't be able to progress. Did you learn where it's coming from? Sasha asked, curious, and Merlin was already leaning in, waiting for my answer, not wanting to be left out. It is a natural resource, just like anything else, and it is being mined in the eastern part of the empire. That is why we annexed a big chunk of our neighbors there. They found a new vein in one of the mountains. I murmured, turning towards the endless mountain ranges dominating our horizon. I wonder if we have any here, hidden somewhere. Wouldn't they have exploited it already? Luna asked, bringing up a good point. If they are willing to wage war for it, you would think they would have scoured the mountains already. Do you know how wide this mountain range is? I asked her a different question. No. She pouted, thinking I was making fun of her. 11,000 kilometers long. I don't know what kilometers is. Never heard that word before. You just made that up. Her sudden outburst made her flinch, holding her mouth in fear before surprise washed over her as I wasn't angry. I wasn't even berating her. Well, yes, I did make that up, but it is what we use here. I will have to teach how it works. I cringed because she wasn't wrong. I did make it up, and I tend to forget the Empire had a different system in place. What I want to demonstrate to you is that this is a vast natural border, running along next to multiple empires and countries, not just ours. Searching for CC in this place requires tons of resources and manpower, which is then brought away from elsewhere. Why would they do that when they have already established mines, producing enough and also able to take it by force from others? The Empire acts according to nature's laws as it follows the path of least resistance. When their current sources run dry one day, sure, they will start digging up the mountains, but until then, it will be our job to find a vein, exploit it, and leave nothing for them. You called, my lord? Yes, Oleg, please sit. I smiled as he entered my study. Luna was already prepared and began serving tea for both of us. It seemed that she adapted very quickly, and besides peeping almost every night when I was having sex with Sasha, she was ready to fulfill her duties to the best of her abilities. Have you been thinking about establishing our corps of the military, as I asked? I have been pondering it since you named me your general. Most of the trained soldiers will be needed to stay to guard the passage. That job is too important to draw people away permanently, so I can't ask for them. Father said he will let 100 people join me. They will be your commanders and officers, but I want you to establish a proper recruitment procedure. I examined the people, and there are some promising youngsters, but, to be honest with you, my lord, they need a lifetime of work. They are not ready. My father was a soldier, the same as his. I have been training to become one since I was young. These people are not like our families, fighting beasts for centuries. I know that. I want you to read through this in your free time. I didn't have to stand up at all as Luna was already bringing a stack of documents, giving it to him while I remained sitting, sipping my tea. I watched calmly as he quickly scanned the first few pages, his eyebrows moving up and down, humming and nodding here and there. This will take a long time, my lord. I know, but being in the military will be a lifelong job as described in my 19th law. They will be directly under your command while you are under mine. They will need to study the art of war from an early age and must be instilled with loyalty, discipline, courage, and skill. I am still working out their pay and privileges, but I aim to set up a system that raises warriors and provides them with lifelong careers. Just as I will need someone to inherit my position, the same is true for you. My lord. He murmured, looking touched. Raise proper soldiers, and you can name your successor one day. For that, they have to be well trained and organized. Start with volunteers and make sure they are only given a pass after they go through the complete training process that I defined. My lord, the training methods you wrote here are fascinating. I think your father would be really interested in it. I already sent a copy to him earlier. He is slowly implementing them, but I want you to consider them right from the start while building up our military force. The first group doesn't need to be big, as I don't expect trouble to come knocking on our door. Not just yet. I will do my best, my lord. Make sure that those 100 who come to serve under me also understand it. Train them with these methods first to get a feel for it. Get them through 10 weeks of basic training. While you do that, the volunteered youngsters can concentrate on their studies. I want my soldiers to be literate, just like you. While Merlin teaches them the basic skills, you can continue with the AIT for the 100 Father gives us. 8. He murmured, quickly flipping through the pages, finding it, advanced individual training. Teaching specific skills and knowledge for their future field. You know them the best, so try to give them the most suitable ranks and position. I detailed everything in my notes, and when you are finished setting up the officers, come back to me with a finalized list. I will conduct the PME myself. With another brief search, he quickly found the part about professional military education, and my brief introduction to it. I was going to use my own experience as a basis to set up a new training regiment. First, I will need a completed list of who I have and what type of skill set they have for me to adjust and develop the best way to train them. What I didn't tell Oleg while watching him leave was that I would also experiment on those who volunteer. My goal was to make sure my future soldiers were fed with beast meat. I ran through the thousands of books in my head but found no information about whether they provide benefits or boons to people. I had to conduct my own investigation to see if they grew this big and strong because of the meat they ate or if it was a genetic accident. Thank you, Luna. Come, sit down, and eat with us. But. Mistress. She stammered, but Sasha wasn't having it, and she quickly made her sit at our table. Don't be shy. I chuckled, enjoying the seasoning on my meat, happy with how professional Luna was in the kitchen. We still need to get a proper cook, but if she is this talented, I don't want to hire anyone else but her. This is excellent, Luna. I hope when you finally give me a list of who to hire, you will teach them these recipes. Yes, it is really delicious. I will need to learn it if I want to be a good wife. Mistress, nobles don't cook for themselves. That is the responsibility of their servants. But. Sasha flinched, looking at me, feeling confused. I want to learn to make tasty foods for Leon. Luna, I smiled while leaning forward and feeding Sasha one of the juicy bits from my plate. Everybody needs a hobby. If my wife wants to learn cooking, please teach her. Yes, master. She answered, standing up and bowing immediately. When we are in private, I continued, watching her sit back, you don't need to be this formal. Call us by our names. That is improper. No. I was surprised at how vehemently she protested against the idea, and I exchanged a look with Sasha, deciding not to push it. Was this the effect of some kind of conditioning? I like the word, master and mistress. She murmured, looking at her plate, starting to stuff her mouth with food, not daring to meet our eyes. I see. I think I was getting it. In the past weeks, I was starting to figure out my new maid. When I let her relax, she usually read a book, lazed around, and did nothing, becoming Sloth's avatar. When she was peeping, and I was trying to listen to her, I could swear I caught some really hardcore words coming from behind our door. Was she a closeted pervert? All the clues were pointing towards that. When dinner ended, I returned to my room with Sasha while Luna took care of the dishes. After stoking the fire, I embraced her and sat down before the fireplace, gently rubbing her tummy. Winter is soon to be here. The days are getting really cold. She whispered, purring like a cat, happy to sit in my lap and enjoy the caressing. Yep, and there will be some things I want to try out when it happens. Oh. New magic formations. Oh, of course. They are related to fire, so it will be tailored for you. But what I wanted to talk about now is Luna. What is it? What do you think about her? She is really nice and hard-working. What? Did she do something weird? No, she didn't. I just have a feeling she doesn't show us her authentic self. When she is surprised or overwhelmed, she bursts out, speaking her true thoughts instead of what had been crammed into her head as etiquette. I want her to be more like that when she is with us. I want you to try to get closer to her and slowly demolish that wall. I want her to feel more free and at home. I don't think she truly settled in yet, even if she says otherwise. I never lived in a big city, but I guess it is really different, huh? Very much so. This city still lacks the liveliness of the capital. But that will gradually change. Until then, I want you to help her open up a bit. What do you say? Leave it to me. I always wanted a friend who was close to me in age. At that moment, watching her honest, childlike smile, I remembered Sasha had lived her whole childhood in fear and alone in the woods, always struggling to see another year. If not for her gift, she may have perished earlier. No wonder she was so clingy, she wanted a family. What? She asked, seeing me being lost in her eyes. I was thinking about us, and how nice it will be when you gift me an heir. That quickly did it as she turned redder than the fire warming the room, yet instead of complaining, she turned around, kissing and undressing me, blessing me with another passionate night. You really want to send me away? Yuri sniffed, her eyes watering up, giving me a hurt and puppy-like look. Stop it, I won't be fooled. I grunted in response, leaning closer, watching the sadness disappear from her eyes, replaced by a sudden impulse. I already knew I had made a mistake, but it was too late as she lunged at me and grabbed me by the neck before kissing me passionately, followed by her biting my lips. I tried pushing her off me, but she wasn't letting go, continuing kissing and biting. I could feel the taste of blood that mixed with our saliva gave me goosebumps. Shit. Did I like this? Finally, Oleg and the others reacted, pulling her off me and pressing her down until I waved a hand, signaling them to let her stand up. Ah fuck, that was too short. She giggled, licking her lips and breathing heavily. Kneel. I commanded her and saw her shudder as she obeyed, looking up at me curiously. Open your mouth. I already knew that she was not just a masochist, but she loved the power play, having a distorted opinion about it. She wanted to be on the top, yet she couldn't help but rejoice when someone dominated her. Could I ever cure her? No. I don't think so, but I may mellow her out if I satisfy both of her desires. Like this? She asked with difficulty, keeping her mouth open, her tongue sticking out, and watching with enlarged eyes as I spit my blood and saliva into her mug. Kaya. I think it may be the first time I heard her let out such a cute, girlish cry, both of her hands disappearing between her thighs. More please. I will give you more. I answered, placing my hand on her head, rubbing it as if she were a puppy, but first, you need to prove you are not just a wild fuckdog. Got it. I need to trust you. Do you know what I value most? Pussy. No. I said with complete honesty, maintaining eye contact with her. Money. No. Power. No. Fuck, then what? She pouted but never took her eyes off of mine. Loyalty. Simple as that. Prove me you can be loyal, through thick and thin, then I will consider giving you more. To my surprise, she didn't reply this time, but she also no longer pouted or complained about the mission I was giving her and her team. I am sending you because you can travel through borders between our regions unhindered. Don't cause trouble for my uncle, got it? He has his hands full right now with reconstructing his court after killing Piggy. I want you to go along their borders and scout the neighboring counties. If you rob someone you can't deal with, I will abandon you, got it? Yes. I hope so. Your goal is to make contact with the regional underground organizations. Until I find my own CC mine, I need a source. You will get me that, and in turn, I will reward you. With what? She asked, wiggling her butt as if wagging her tail. Depends on your performance. We will see. Just make sure the magic formations I entrust you are only given over after you get the CC. Got it. No problem, boss. She laughed, standing up, repeating everything I told her. I remember what you said. I know that CC is always 1 kilogram. I won't be swindled with your handy scale at my side, and this won't be my first rodeo. 1.5. Don't get swindled. Now go. I expect good news from you by spring. It was a warm autumn day, maybe the last one before winter began knocking for real. Luna had already finished all the laundry and was lazing in her room, lying on her bed, reading a manuscript she borrowed from Leon, enjoying the fantastic story about flying giant machines fighting against each other. He should publish a book. She murmured, fascinated by the strange world her master came up with in his story. Thinking about Leon, she couldn't help but remember how he had mounted his wife the previous night, going at it for a whole hour, changing his rhythm multiple times. I'm sure he knows I'm watching. Haw. She was about to let her hand wander downwards after recalling it, just when a loud knocking interrupted her. Why yes. She yelped, sitting up straight, watching her mistress enter the room. Am I disturbing you? Sasha asked with a kind voice, looking at her in a way that made Luna uncomfortable. Not because she didn't like it, no, it was the opposite. It made her want to act like a friend towards her mistress, which was complete nonsense. She was a maid while Sasha was her owner. Being a servant to a noble family didn't allow such thoughts to fester in one's mind. No, mistress. She hurriedly answered, climbing off the bed and fixing her wrinkled uniform, which was getting loose as she was ready to have a little midday fun time. I was thinking of going to the city, and I was curious if you would come with me. The city? Sure. It was still weird, moving away from the capital city that was one of the wonders of the world and starting a new life in the most remote, barbarian land of all. Barbarian, she couldn't really say that anymore, not after witnessing this newly built city that, although pristine and marvelous looking, was still just a husk. A lifeless copy. It was missing what made the capital a place to never forget, life. People here were still just illiterate village folk, barely filling half of the city, and in Luna's mind, it was like throwing pearls before a swine. Where do you want to go? She asked, pushing down her thoughts and sighing. She exited the palace beside Sasha, watching the straight, wide roads and clean, painted stone houses. These streets should be filled with people, merchants, guild members, street urchins, nobles, and anything else that makes a city a city. Instead, she saw nobody, as most people were working on building the walls outside the city. A new shop has been built up. Merlin said it is the first bakery in the city, opened by his parents, and I want to try it out. A bakery? She asked, tilting her head, not expecting much, even if it was from the young genius's parents. If anybody creeped her out the most, it was Merlin. How he spoke and acted was in stark contrast to how he looked, and she couldn't get used to it. Walking down the pristine street, they passed by multiple houses painted white and gold, giving the city a majestic feeling. When they turned left onto a bit narrower street, they passed by a two-story building that was multiple blocks long, and atop its main, double-sided gate, a huge sign was hung up, displaying a parchment and quill. This is the school, yes? Luna asked before thinking, letting her thoughts slip out. Wandering past it multiple times previously, she was curious about what it was like inside but had yet to step through its door. Yes. I think Merlin is in now, teaching the children how to read and write. I know that in the evenings, it is Oleg who occupies it with his volunteers. Teaching the children, how are they paying for it? Tuition is expensive, and I can't see how simple village people could afford it. Is it? Sasha asked, surprised, placing a finger on her lips before continuing. Well, it is free here. Free. Leon made it so that every child must learn reading, writing, and calculating, so it is free but mandatory. I know that Merlin is working to select teachers to help him out and already has assistants in training. I never heard about doing it like this. Luna whispered, trying to wrap her head around something being free. Here we are. With a laugh, Sasha quickly held onto Luna's hand, pulling her forward and breaking into a short run. The shop structure differed from the others as they were permitted to change it to serve as a home and a bakery simultaneously. Its front was authorized to have a little terrace where people could sit down and enjoy tea or coffee while eating what they had just bought. The insides were also reconstructed as they had their own oven and anything they needed to bake all the different pastries they came up with, while a staircase led upstairs in the back, where the family had their living quarters. Sasha was lying to Luna as it wasn't her first time here. She and Leon visited before the official opening, overseeing the finishing works. He even mentioned how impressed he was with Merlin's parents as they proved to be natural bakers. Still, Sasha didn't have any other ideas to get closer to her maid, turning her from a servant to a friend, then to invite her to a place she knew about. If Luna could have read her mind, she would have found it astonishing because Sasha was so nervous that her hands were shaking. It was her first time trying to make a friend, as the people regarded her as some kind of leader back in the forest, even more so now. No one dared to get too close to her since childhood, as she was capable of magic, giving her a status that was more than a simple human. Until meeting Leon, she only knew about how to interact with others from what she picked up when listening to the other vagrants hiding in the old logging site. "Come on, Sasha, keep it together," she murmured in her head, still holding Luna's hand as they walked into the bakery. "We will eat some cookies, try out Leon's new imported drink, that coffee thing, and talk. It will work, and we will make our first girlfriend." Girl. Friend. Yes, not girlfriend, that would be weird. Welcome. Ah, Sasha, come. We just pulled out a new kind of cookie from the oven. It is made with the thing Leon imported, called chocolate. We don't have much, but we wanted to send a few samples to the palace anyway. The way Merlin's mother welcomed them in was anything but ordinary for Luna. The way simple civilians dared to address their ruler shocked her, and the fact that Sasha just giggled like a child and thanked her profusely was even worse. She didn't want them to see her wrinkle her brows, so instead, she turned her head, surveying the inside of the shop. She was looking at the multiple woven baskets filled with loaves of bread, buns, and crescent rolls, letting their pleasant scent tickle her nose. Someone is hungry. Sasha chuckled, nudging her, holding a tray with the food and drinks, almost making Luna jump out of her skin. Mistress, this is my job," she yelled, and was horrified that she had forgotten herself, and because of that, it was Sasha who was bringing the food out and serving it up, not her. "It's okay. Let's sit down. I want to try out this drink Leon likes so much because I know it wasn't cheap importing it." "Oh, and I heard your tummy rumble, ahaha, come, let's go." It did not do that. She protested, but her stomach countered her at once, giving out a loud noise of complaint, making Sasha giggle once again. After finally sitting down and tasting the pretty big cookie, both of them let out a happy moan at the same time. While Luna was going red in the face because of it, Sasha could barely contain her happiness. She finally felt like she made progress and was close to having her first actual friend. "It is tasty, isn't it? Leon said that he never thought to eat something so good." "It is good," Luna murmured, honestly surprised as she had to admit this bakery in the middle of nowhere effortlessly matched the stuff she could buy in the Empire's capital city. Now, the drink. But, after only one sip, she shuddered, grimacing, making Luna laugh out by reflex, right until she hurriedly clamped down on her mouth. Sorry. It's fine, you can laugh." "Ugh. This thing is really bitter. I thought I got used to it, but it isn't the same. This one isn't exciting to drink." "Is it really bitter?" Luna whispered, watching her face, increasing the redness of her own, speeding up her breathing. "Yeah, want to taste it?" "Yes. I always wanted, but I never got the chance." "Here, let's share it." Sasha wasn't shy about it and placed the cup she had just drunk from right before Luna, making the girl flinch as her brain was brooding about a completely different specialty than coffee. Of course, she wouldn't confess it, so instead, she took it up, licking the edge where Sasha's lips touched it before taking a sip. "It isn't bad," she murmured after putting it back down, unable to look into her mistress's eye. "Is it like this?" What is?" "You know, the other thing. Is it bitter like this?" "Huh." This time, Sasha finally realized that Luna was thinking about something else, and it didn't take long for it to click in her head as she retraced her words. TTT, that was just a slip of a mind. Don't take it seriously." "No, it wasn't." Luna pouted, "and now I'm curious." "No fair, my mistress. You brought it up first, not me." It is bitter but different and. Luna asked, moving her chair closer, looking up at her, wanting to hear more. "You just don't mind it when it's happening. It's exciting, and seeing his face while doing it is so cute, huh?" This time, it was Sasha's turn to turn red and try to hide behind her cookie, but it also made Luna even more curious. "How was it? At first? Did it hurt? Bled a lot? How the heck does it fit into that small hole? It never ceases to amaze me. Were you screaming?" On the one hand, Sasha was happy that Luna was becoming more direct and friendly, but she didn't expect a topic like this to be the thing to break the ice. Watching her mismatched eyes, they were twinkling like stars as she rubbed her legs together, clearly excited to hear her answers. Well, it stung at first, yes. And she pressed on the moment Sasha fell silent, wanting to know more, with all the details. Now it is much easier, especially when I'm really wet, you. In the end, she had no chance to hide and had to retell everything from their first intimate moment to it finally happening, and by the end of it, Luna wholly emptied out the cup, leaving not a drop of coffee behind. Ah, bitter. She whispered, licking her lips, imagining something entirely different going down her throat. Ah. It was at that moment she regained her self-control, sitting up and looking at Sasha, not knowing what to say or how to explain what just happened. You never did it before. Luna was surprised to hear the questions as she had expected some kind of punishment instead, but looking at Sasha, she couldn't help but melt inside. The way she was looking away, embarrassed yet delighted to talk with her, made Luna feel like she was not just her mistress but her friend, too. No, never. Frolicking in the capital is shunned for girls, at least if you want to have any social status later on. I had to keep myself pure for 2 reasons. Either our family gets into the grace of a noble family through it, or if not, it would be a perfect bargaining chip to score a good husband. That sounds weird. I think you should do it with the one you like and not use it as currency. Humph, that thing won't happen here. It is how it works in the capital, my mistress. It isn't that weird, but it is logical. Of course, if you think everyone is abiding by it, that would be a mistake, ha ha ha. Well, I did because I was picky, but, well, you get the gist of it. Can you tell me more? What it was to grow up in a place like that? Gladly. Luna answered with a happy smile, beginning to retell her story and how she was raised by a desperate family. Even though the customs Luna was made to abide by were weird and incomprehensible for Sasha, she still listened with all her attention. Luna's story was of a bloodline wanting nothing more than to become servants to a noble family again and escape destruction. Ironically, they dismissed the exact thing they hoped for right before the finish line. Fate had a strange humor, it seemed. It was a cold, rainy day, the prelude to winter peeking around the corner, giggling to itself. I was visiting my parents in the castle where I was born, and after lunch, Sasha took Luna to show her around while I sat down with my mother for a proper business talk. Your maid got really close to her, huh? They became friends, which I am happy about. Sasha needed someone with whom she could share her thoughts with. I know there are things she can't ask me, especially if they are about me. Mum, that is true, although I do tell your father as it is when I have something to say. Is he with the soldiers? I didn't think he would miss lunch. I asked curiously, raising my cup and sipping on my tea. He has been infatuated with your training regiment, so he is doing his best to implement it. He always took it seriously, and with the weather, we will have an especially harsh winter. You think? She was weirdly serious about it, and I couldn't help but look towards the window, watching the rain splatter all over it. I know, Leon. I feel it. I will have to tell my people to stockpile more firewood then. Not just that, heavy winter means more beast attacks. When that happens, they come through the pass in numbers, so we are preparing for it in advance. Perfect. I yelped, surprising her, looking at me weirdly. I will have to come over when that happens. I want Sasha to try out some things I have been working on for fun. I would also be interested in seeing a witch casting magic. So far, I only heard about it, never seeing it myself. I am still lacking the crucial thing, CC. From what I inscribed onto paper or stone and made her activate, all of them were uncontrolled and self-destructive. They are defective as they can't handle the power of a witch. You are really unraveling the secrets of magic, yet you are blind to it. I couldn't be more proud of you, Leon. Hee. Hearing it coming from her still made me giddy inside, and I couldn't help but be embarrassed. Thanks, Mom. It is the truth. She giggled, rubbing my head, something I genuinely enjoyed, closing my eyes, and I would probably wag my tail if I had any. Are you looking for CC? Yeah, but I also hope to find a mine in the future. I just can't escape it. After doing multiple tests, it is now a confirmed fact that formations are constantly deteriorating after being used. The erosion is dependent on many things. For example, supporting magic, like the anti-gravity spell, can hold out the longest, but I had to reconstruct a few of them at the mines only a week ago. Attacking magic, like a firebolt, will destroy the source very quickly. I inscribed one onto a stone disc, and after Sasha used it 3 times, it cracked and fell apart. I need CC so I can make long-lasting tools. I am also curious about how it affects their spells' focus and strength. From what I read, it is essential. In all the books within the Empress's collection, there was a detail that every meaningful formation must be painted with grounded down CC, or the mage must wield an adequate relic while reciting for them to work. Relic. MHM. I nodded, explaining it further. Anything that is crafted to house CC, be it a wand, a helmet, or a chalice, it doesn't matter, it counts as a relic if it has CC within it or is added to it while being forged. Those formations that are being drawn up with it will be more focused and can withstand a lot of abuse. Of course, mages can't always draw in advance when casting spells, so that is when incantations come into play. I did hear that strong, serious spells require a lot of preparations. Oh, they do. It was my blessing to be let into the Empress's library as I learned a lot. I have still barely begun organizing what I memorized, and I will need years to comb through everything and translate them to normal speech. Most were too scientific, even for me. I just don't know whose brain you inherited because you surpassed me, too, Leon. She giggled but wasn't questioning me, simply showing her pride in my ability to remember all of it. Ehe. I do have a special brain for memorizing stuff. Maybe I was blessed. I joked, as I know most people here really believe in those gods of old tales. That would explain a lot. She hummed, nodding, agreeing, and accepting my joke as a fact. Anyway. I continued, clearing my throat before our talks devolved into something else. Incantation is relatively simple in theory. It is a verbal formation. I don't get it. It is speaking the formation instead of drawing it. The mage must recite the spell and articulate what's being drawn by his or her words. Only then will it work in the correct way and be controllable. What Merlin and Sasha have achieved so far is unconscious, uncontrolled casting, which is forbidden by the imperial rules. If they had been taken in by them, they would have been punished heavily for it. All the mages are trained hard to rein in their powers and never unleash them accidentally. I can see why. Didn't Sasha burn down a house before? It was an accident. I argued, protecting her. While we are doing it, she never once flared up, yet she can be really loud and squirty. MMMMHM, I am glad she can show control. Maybe she should tone down the heat within her. Maybe her womb incinerates your milk before it has a chance to gift me with a grandchild. Mom, let's not go there, okay? Why not? You are now the ruler of the frontier. You must produce an heir. It will come when it comes. If you start forcing it, it just won't happen. Also, please, don't bring this up before Sasha, she has already been nervous about it. Okay. I will hold my tongue, but Leon, you must start looking for a second and third wife. Take in your maid if you must, they like each other anyway. Ugh. Here we go. I couldn't help but roll my eyes, but I won't lie, the thought did interest me. But I genuinely love Sasha, so if anything, she has to agree. What I said to Yuri was my honest feelings. I value loyalty and will be dedicated to my wife. Or wives if that ever happens. Okay, I won't nag you with it again, son, but keep it in mind. Let's talk business then. It was like a switch being flipped, and she turned from a proud, caring mom into the CEO of an evil corporation. Even her countenance changed as if we were no longer mother and son. You want me to become one of your ministers? Why should I? Because you not only know how to handle trade, you have the experience dealing with other nobles. I followed you as a kid, I was there when you dealt with the local nobles and effortlessly sold soap behind my uncle's back. I plan to establish a few new industries next year and start producing goodies that can be sold for good money to fill up my treasury. I need someone like you. I won't do it. But. No. Mom. I am not your mom right now, Viscount Leon. She replied sternly, without flinching, that position would require me to travel a lot, building connections and playing around with the type of people I hate. What did you call it? Networking, yes. A strange word, but hearing your description of it, yes, it fits. That is exactly what I am not keen on doing anymore. I will stay home, be the wife of my husband, and be free of those burdens. Now it is your job to do it, Viscount Leon. We are no longer in power. You are. Ha. I was afraid you would say this. I couldn't help but let out a long sigh, shaking my head. I understand. Then, let me propose something different. I am listening. Become a teacher in our school. You only need to hold classes for selected people who are interested in it. If I can't get you to be my minister, I will ask you to raise me one. When would it happen? She asked after remaining silent for an elongated minute. From spring to the end of summer. According to Merlin's report, by then, 65% of my initial population will have completed their basic education and be capable of reading, writing, and basic calculations. From those people, there will be a few who would be competent enough to be considered for the post. I want you to evaluate them while teaching and point me out the one who has the most potential. From there on, I will take over. MHHHM. I see. That is a much more acceptable offer. What would be my pay? What do you want? Don't relax. I am Lady Louise now, not your mother. She reprimanded me, but I saw a happy, playful light dance in her eyes. MHM. Well, how about me promising I will gift you with a grandkid in the next 5 years? 4. And in 2 years? No, that is too much. 3. 1 every year. Mom. Okay, 2. A girl and a boy. In 5 years. How's that sound? Good. I will come next spring, but if the people you make me teach are inadequate, I will kick them all out. Fine by me. I laughed, standing up and stretching my hand out, finalizing our deal. I was sitting in my office for the past few days, working on a pretty thick book, laying down the foundation of my budding empire's laws, deriving them from my initial points. My plan was that I would finish it by the end of winter, and it would be the very first book that I would print out. By now, more and more iron was getting piled up in our warehouses, enough that I could start opening up the smithies and begin production of needed tools in earnest. I can even afford to try and experiment, wasting good resources in the process. My first experiment will be creating a big, round metal plate with the magic formation for water purification incorporated into it alongside many small holes. Then, it would be installed at the end of our sewers, and see how it works out. It is not a final solution but a temporary one, but it would help me develop something better and improve on it in the future. Plus, it would let my people experiment with finer metal works that will be needed for my plan to copy Gutenberg's printing method. First, I would create a movable type system where metal parts could be arranged to form different words and sentences. It would need to be hand-molded, and that will be Sasha's job as she is immune to heat, so she can freely assist me in making them. As for the ink or dye, I am still looking for alternatives but am considering procuring it from the same source from which I got the paint for my palace. From magical beasts. Somehow, the thing they create within their bodies seems to withstand a lot, as even in harsh weather, the colors don't fade, and none of the paint jobs begin chipping away. I had already drawn up the schematics of a wooden printing press and given them to those previously participating in the statue-making contest. Their work was proof enough that they could handle delicate tasks and could work with precision. As for Merlin, I gave him the task of selecting a few people and begin teaching them how to make paper. The moment everything comes together, I will commence printing my first book. Even in the Empress's private library, more books were handwritten than not. I often struggle to decipher the author's intended messages, and simply recalling some of the book's pages gives me a headache. It will be time to change that and introduce mass production. Maybe I can even sell some books for some profit. I never thought that an old high school project would come back in handy like this one day. I whispered, being interrupted by a soft, quiet voice. Master. I turned, looking at Luna, standing next to my desk, holding a rolled-up parchment in her hands. I know she finally chose to speak up because she noticed I was no longer working or thinking about something important. Here. I made a list of names who I think would be of good maids. Oh. You finally decided to do it. I chuckled, seeing her lower her head, making me reach out and rub her head. No worries, and thanks. You have time to get ready. I will hire the people after winter so you can spend time teaching them. Thank you, Master. She bowed deeply, but I could see the happy smile as it would mean her winter would be relaxed, and she would be allowed to laze around. While watching her, I couldn't help but wonder, should I tell Sasha about our little maid constantly peeping at us? I couldn't help but break into a perverted smile thinking about both of their reactions. I was at the construction site, overseeing the finishing touches on the base of my wall before winter. Right now, the parcels were marked and completed, with tall, wooden posts buried into the ground. My plan was simple. We will build the inner and outer parts from heavy stone and fill up the middle with rocks, pouring cement into it. When I say cement, I mean the same thing that Hadrian used and, later on, withstood 2,000 years and could be visited still. When the small rocks, the byproduct of mining, are thrown into the middle, we will pour mortar made out of lime, sand, and water into it, smooth out the top, and lay down another layer so that later on, soldiers can patrol atop it. While watching them work, I was pleased with how the people operated together and began using the tools I had been slowly introducing to them, primarily for measuring. By now, those who completed Merlin's trials, as they started calling the graduation test and ceremony, have become project leaders coordinating the other workers. I thought this would take much longer to achieve, but surprisingly, they adapted quickly and flawlessly. My luck is dash, I opened my mouth but already regretted it as I saw a horseman riding towards us with breakneck speed. It wasn't hard to tell, it was Oleg, who almost fell off the horse when he stopped next to me. "This is bad, my lord. Yelling won't help," I replied, staying calm, as many of my subjects were here, watching and hearing everything. If their ruler begins fidgeting, they would quickly lose hope and devolve into panicking. No, I won't let that happen, but I will also need to instruct Oleg never to do something like this ever again. If trouble comes, let's talk about it privately. Be quick and be precise. I will deal with it, even if the sky begins falling down. The scouts reported from the borders. A delegation is heading this way from the capital, bearing the emblem of the six-pointed star. The symbol of the gods. It is the church. I see. My lord. He asked, looking troubled, mainly because I showed no genuine interest in the news. The church is coming to replace those who have fallen. I expected something like this, but because the Empress never stated it and showed no interest in it, I also forgot about it. When will they arrive? By night, my lord. Make sure to set up a perimeter that leads towards the city. Anybody approaching, detain them for further questioning, got it? Yes, my lord. Good. Carry on, I will deal with it. I added with a smile, walking away leisurely to instill into my people that nothing terrible had happened. Still, inside my head, my mind was racing alongside my heart. The delayed arrival of a replacement could mean multiple things. Either it took time to select the candidates, or it was deliberate. I expected an official letter to arrive first, informing me of the decision, but no. Nothing like that, probably because we are barbarians. I wouldn't be surprised if the arriving church people will be devastated that they have been sent to the butthole of the world. At least, I hope so. I can play off of that. I spent the rest of my day in the old town, which was now barely occupied as most people moved to my city. In their stead, because of the closeness of our fortress, the soldiers were allowed to move in and live here. It was still a better choice than living in the barracks, as now they could have their own homes. They only had to walk to work every day when they were not on active duty. Captain Kumov. I greeted the town's head, who was one of my father's direct subordinates and also the men who taught Oleg when he joined the army. He was already around 50, with graying, short hair, yet his eyes were still vividly blue, and he was just as muscular as the rest. Lord. He saluted with pride, looking at me with resounding loyalty burning in his gaze. I instructed all the rascals to behave. With their families relocated here, the town will be just as lively as before. Thank you. You were quick in arrangements. Most were already here. I have ensured all is well, and we will keep an eye on the church as ordered. I already had the audacity to send out a squad to greet them and escort them over. We don't want them to wander around now, do we? Perfect. I didn't expect less from the right hand of my father. Your words honor me beyond reason, my lord. He bowed, visibly happy, and it also reinforced my feeling that everything would be okay. I didn't have to wait for too long for the delegation to arrive, surrounded by lanterns, showering the land with golden light. I mean, literally, as it was as if a yellow mist was drawing along their carriages. Magic. I whispered, recognizing the phenomena. Did they have a magic device, or did a mage come along? It was a good choice not to bring Sasha and Merlin with me then. Lord Kumov whispered, but I just shook my head. No matter. Act as planned. If there is a mage, I will deal with it. When the convoy stopped, I approached the first, most decorated carriage. It was made out of white wood with orange-painted suns on its doors and a stylized 6 in the middle, representing the holy number of the gods. Looking at the fighters escorting them, they were not wearing any official markings or armor. If anything, they looked like mercenaries and not professional soldiers. Lady Mikan has arrived, shouted the driver, getting off his seat, fixing his tuxedo-looking traveling garb, and opening the door to the carriage. I tried my best not to laugh, seeing his theatrical, over-the-top acting and the tired smirks on some of the accompanying warriors. When the door finally opened, it was like someone was getting out of a car used for hotboxing as a cloud of thick, golden mist rolled out first. I was so surprised that I inhaled a good amount of it, unable to react in time. It tasted like vanilla, and it made me refreshed and energetic. What the hell? Kya. With a sharp moan, followed by a thump, I watched as a short woman tumbled out of the carriage, landing straight before my feet. The whole thing transpired because, in the mist, she stepped on her overly long, white robes, sending her down to the earth straight from the heavens. Luckily, she had to be uninjured as she was adorned with 2 types of extreme fall dampeners on the front, so big that she finally dethroned my mother's chest regarding sizes. As she tried getting up, wiggling her bottom now facing the stars, I could see it outlined in her robe, making me gulp, hurriedly helping her stand back up before my intrusive thoughts won me over. Are you okay, Lady Mikan? Yes. I'm fine, she said bashfully, going pink in the face, grasping my fingers with her gloved hands. I know I easily throw out the word beautiful, but she most deserved it. She had wavy, golden locks reaching her wide waist, and her silver-colored eyes glittered as the moon itself. She wasn't tall, barely reaching my chest, which became more evident the moment she fixed her clothing and stepped back to give me a bow. My name is Mikan Morningstar. I was just recently promoted to be a priestess of the pantheon of gods, and I am here to take care of you, poor, lost, and forgotten people. Huh. I couldn't help but let it slip, as I didn't expect something like this. I know that place is desolate, so I just can't bear the thought of having our faithful and loyal subjects live in suffering. Not when you brave soldiers defend our peace in the core regions. I specially requested to be sent here, and let me care for you all. While she was speaking, I noticed that flares of golden light flew off from her exposed skin, lingering in the air before turning into mist and disappearing a few seconds later. I didn't need more proof, she was a witch. More than that, she was clearly unable to control her powers. What was happening? Someone. I see. Well, I appreciate the sentiment, Lady Mikan. No. You don't need to, young Viscount Leon. She clapped with a happy smile, surprising me again because I didn't expect her to know my name. I was destined to come here. The gods gifted me with this body for a reason. So I can embrace the frontiers in its entirety. This time, it wasn't just me but also the veteran Kumov who repeated my short but precise question. Mikan began to explain, but I cleared my throat, bowing. Let me escort you to the church first. We can't have a pleasant talk outside in the middle of the night now, can we? It's chilly, and I would be devastated if our kind and beautiful priestess catches a cold. How kind. Yes, please. And thank you. She answered, wearing a motherly smile, looking at me in a way my impure thoughts resurfaced at once. Was it that bad? Sasha asked, climbing behind me and beginning to massage my shoulders while Luna hurried over, serving us tea. Both of them wore their pajamas, meaning they were only dressed in a simple gown. Are we in trouble, Master? I could detect the fear in Luna's voice, which was only alleviated when I shook my head. No, we are certainly not. Certainly. What do you mean? It's easy, my dear Sasha. I grinned, opening my left eye, urging her to continue her massage. The priestess who came, Mikan, is a complete idiot. I don't get it. Said both of them at the same time. Let me say it this way. I am 90% sure that she is an airhead. The remaining 10% is still divided into 2 possibilities. I give 9% to the chance that she is an actor, and what she showed me is nothing but a ruse. If that is true, I applaud her. The remaining 1% is that she is a genius, one that I can't read nor understand. I am still not getting it. Sasha shrugged, making Luna nod her head vigorously, wanting to hear more. None of them were sleepy, yet I returned close to daybreak, and I knew they wouldn't let me go to bed if I didn't explain it now. While I escorted her from the carriage to the temple, she tripped over herself 4 times. She loves to blabber, going on and on and on about anything that catches her interest. I learned about her past without asking any questions. Those could be lies. Sasha countered, her hatred towards the church flaring up without warning. Well, they could be, but as I said, I just can't see it that way. She is slightly older than you too, as she is already 24, and I also learned that she is still a virgin, so her manner remains pure. She has been in the care of the church since being a baby, and she was being taught magic after her powers manifested themselves. TSK. That is not good. And I see she likes to really blabber, huh? It isn't that bad, my dear. I countered, pecking my wife's lips. She is a healer. Ah. I got it. Luna yelled, surprising me and explaining at once, Morning Star. I knew the name was ringing some bells. It was the name of an imperial mage from 300 years ago. She was also a healer and became famous when she summoned a golden cloud in a battle, raining down on the battlefield, healing all the soldiers of the empire, turning the tide of the battle. I didn't ask her about her pedigree. I chuckled, continuing what I learned about her, but she told me that she would work hard not to cause trouble and asked for forgiveness that she could barely control her mana. Which I believe, because she leaves a trail behind her wherever she goes. Isn't that dangerous? Sasha asked, anxious about the fact. No. It is a rejuvenating feeling, so it isn't harmful. I asked her, and she told me she always had problems with it since her magic personified itself as a golden mist. I asked her to show me some spells, and I watched her magic circles. They were a mess. She is the worst mage I have ever seen, yet I only saw 2. Hey. No biting. I laughed, feeling her teeth sink into my neck. You deserve it. Humph. Anyway, she is either the best acting spy ever or a poor girl voluntarily exiled to the frontier. You see, I was right. Nobody wanted to come here, not until she learned about it. Going by her words, she immediately knew her mission. Her destiny. Or she says. As a healer, she worries about the people here and their well-being, so she came to heal the injured and tend to the sick. Isn't that bad for us? The duo asked the same thing at the same time once again, making me raise an eyebrow. You two are really in sync now, aren't you? Ahaha, good to see. Well, she is bad. Really bad. Raising my thumb, I showed them a small cut on it. I intentionally dropped a cup and cut my finger, asking her to heal it. She couldn't do it. The first time she tried, she repaired the cup. The second time, the cut began bleeding profusely, while the third time, she managed to clot it. The fourth time, she replicated the same cut on her finger, and the fifth knocked her out with a heavy nosebleed. Yeah. She is not good. I would say it is best if none of the injured soldiers ask her for help. In the capital city, far away from the frontier region, the Empress of Envy was leisurely soaking inside her bathtub, letting the sweet fragrances coming from it caress her senses and relax her mind. Beep. 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 What? She shouted, opening her eyes, her voice carrying a blast of mana in all directions. Reacting to it, one of the mirrors flew off from the walls of her marble-covered bathroom, hovering above her tub, and her ancestor's old face came into view. Took you long enough, Catherine. Calling me by name? She scoffed, letting the thick foam cover her body below her neck. You want something then, Pascal? Be quick, I am meditating, I have no time for your problems. Yes, I do want something, and it is your problem, too. He answered, clearly annoyed, not hiding his displeasure. You let my fat sheep slip away. I did what? Are you having episodes again? Like when you thought you were a duck? No. The young priestess I was raising. Why did you let her slip out of the city? You know I can't leave its boundaries. Now I need to find a replacement for the ritual. I don't know what you are talking about. I am going to cut the connection if you just called me to vent. Don't you dare. I don't even know who you are referring to, geezer. The descendant of Morningstar. Since finding her, I have wanted to use the fat sheep in my ritual. She is so full of mana, using her would have extended my lifespan by even 9 to 10 years. Ah, I see. She left. To where? To the frontier. To the little guy's territory you sent down to me so I can see if he is a Vesa mage or not. Oh, yeah, I did tell the church to send a replacement there. I didn't expect that they would dispatch her, but it isn't strange either. That woman is trash and the disgrace of magic. I would have gotten rid of her, too, if not for your idiocy. Arg. Now, I need to take out one of the youngsters from the academy. Choose one with an insignificant ability. I hate when you snack on my mages. I already have my candidates. What candidates? This time, the ruler of the empire finally sat up in her tub, not minding the fact that her bare chest became visible. Do you know how rare they are? I need to complete the ritual in a year, and if I'm lucky, they may give me 3 or 4 years. Don't you dare complain now. Not after you are using my expertise in creating your toys to wage your wars. TSK. You should accept the fact that your time has long gone, old man. Even if your fatty returns later, she will give you 10 years. Then what? The next time, even someone like her would only give you 1 or 2. You will die. This time, it was Pascal who wanted to hear nothing more, cutting the feed as the mirror flew back to its place, making Empress Catherine lean back with a triumphant smile. Of course, she knew that Priestess Mikon left the city. It was she who gave the final authorization to let her go. She had no value as she was incapable of even the simplest of healing spells and only consumed precious resources, giving back nothing. Plus, there was Pascal's case. The old man was a very useful teacher and mentor, but he was in the way by now. His clinging to life had gone on way beyond what humanly should be possible, and she feared that one day, she would find herself as a snack for the old wizard. Who says if she would be the first of his kin to be consumed in his fight against mortality? She had already learned all that she needed. He was no longer an asset but a burden. As to the priestess and that ugly boy, she no longer bothered about them at all. The frontier was a desolate place, not even the gods could turn it into a prosperous region. I never saw this much snow. Luna sighed loudly as she looked out the palace window, watching Oleg's newest volunteers shovel the snow away as part of their exercises before heading to school to continue their studies. It wasn't snowing in the capital. Asked Sasha, it is farther down south, that is true. No, there was snow, but here. I can slip knee-high into it. Brrr. I should drop an ice cube down into your dresses. I added, making them shiver and protest against the idea. Now I want to do it even more so. With a laugh, I put the quill down, stretching and rubbing my wrist. I think I will have this day off. What do you want to do? Hearing my words, Sasha was already beside me, looking at me like a kid, and I couldn't help but tickle her tummy. She was just so damn cute when acting innocent. I thought about going out and building a snowman. Maybe some snow forts, too. And we can have a snowball fight. You two against me. Yes. Luna joined in, clapping, unable to restrain her excitement as she became much more open since becoming friends with Sasha. We barely left the palace and began building an oversized snowman when Oleg returned with hurried steps. My lord, a carrier pigeon has arrived. Beasts were seen in the pass, an attack is imminent. I see. Well, girls, we have to postpone our playtime. Get ready, we are moving to my parents' castle. Oleg, find Merlin and tell him that while I'm gone, he will deal with the issues that may pop up while you stay and assist him. As you order, my lord. Leaving the city slowed us down considerably as the roads disappeared under the heavy snow. One day, I would employ people who will keep them clean and maybe even use it as a conditioning for the army in the winter, but right now, that remains a faraway option. Behind us, a squad of soldiers were following in our steps, carrying giant stone backpacks. They were engraved with the weight-nullifying formation, remaining active throughout the journey. I can barely feel my legs. Luna groaned and complained after our arrival, her thick, coated leggings soaked because of the snow beginning to melt inside the castle walls. Go with her to my old room, I patted Sasha's shoulder, take a bath with her, and after you warm up, come to the walls. I will go talk with my father while you finish. A bath does sound good, brrr. Luna murmured, continuing to complain as my wife led her away, and I went with my men right up to the wall, blocking the entrance to the plains. The sun was already ducking down behind us, and multiple fires were raging on the walls, illuminating the fortifications. You were fast, son. I was waiting for this. I laughed, hurrying up to him, standing beside a ballista that could fire horse-sized bolts with enough stopping power to nail even a lightly armored vehicle in my days. I see you brought out the heavy weapons, huh? This winter is harsher than anything in the past 10 years. He nodded, looking at the soldiers who kept their eyes on the constantly darkening horizon. Beast gets angry and daring in times like this. It was a weird place. The mountain here was reaching towards the sky like the sharp teeth of the land, wanting to bite the clouds above them. The pass itself was a constantly sneaking, narrow corridor, disappearing in the distance, leading to the unknown wilderness. One day, I may go and take a look, but right now, I do not have the drive nor the resources to entertain the idea for real. I also see that you brought some inventions over. Father asked, diverting my thoughts toward the stone boxes. Yep. They are a type of consumables. I began explaining, opening one up and showing him it was filled with book-sized stone tablets engraved with different formations. These are all the ones that I managed to create and are considered stable. This will be their live test and also the first time Sasha can show us what a real witch is like. Will it be safe? I know you are nervous, but don't worry. I trust her, she will do her best, and you will be surprised how good she is. I have been making her practice, drawing them up on paper, and making her use them up. She already got the hang of it, you will see. If I could get her a proper staff or something, I bet she would be able to begin using magic by incantations and not relying on my drawings. I understood half of that, son, but I believe in you. Thanks. Tomorrow, when the sun is up, I want to go out and place a few of them outside. Especially the ones that are trap-like formations that become explosive when activated. No need to look at me like that. They are entirely safe, promise. I told you, Sasha is better than you think, you'll see. What I want to test is whether they activate if a beast comes near them or not. That would finally be concrete proof that they are magical in nature. I think they are. I never saw any normal animal grow that big and breathe fire. True, but that just could be some kind of evolutionary difference. Fire can be produced in more ways than one. I need to know because if they are using mana, that means that the other side of the mountains is different to our end. When Sasha appeared, she was alone, and to my question where Luna was, she told me that my mother asked for her. Huh. What for? I hope she will not order her to do some weird things, oh well. Will you be okay? Father asked, stepping next to Sasha, rubbing her head, smiling at her while the sun finally disappeared for good, letting the temperature plummet even faster. Don't worry, I survived multiple winters outside. I will be fine. Even back then, I could warm myself up, and now I can combat the cold without thinking about it. She had just finished when a horn interrupted us, signaling that from one of the 4 towers, a sentry noticed something. Let me light up the scenery. I grinned, giving Sasha one of the tablets, and she knew what to do at once. Holding it out, focusing on it, her body was gradually surrounded by a deep, crimson hue as the formation came to life and shot a bright, red flare into the sky, accompanied by a loud whistle. It's like a red moon has risen. Father whispered, seeing the land below it illuminated. It quickly revealed the beast in the distance, and from here, I could not make it out well enough, but it seemed like some winged, white-furred feline. The fact that I could recognize its features also meant it was pretty big, around the size of an elephant. It's thinking. I hummed, leaning against the wall, noting in my head that I must create binoculars sometime soon. They are more intelligent than ordinary beasts but are still animals. You remember what happened last time when Sasha was here, no? True. Well, even if it is smart enough to know it has been discovered, it isn't ready for what comes next. Sasha, try this. I said, giving her another tablet, and after looking at the engravings on it, she nodded, knowing full well which it was. Watch closely, Dad. You are going to love this. When she activated it, the tablet broke the moment the spell manifested itself. With a piercing whistle, a red rocket flew forward, almost at the speed of sound, exploding near the beast. Although it didn't hit it, the explosion threw the snow dozens of meters into the air and knocked it off its feet. We could see it scamper, roaring as it ran away as fast as it could, not looking back, rushing for its life. Sorry. I missed. It's okay. I laughed, hugging her waist. It was farther away than anything you ever tried to hit before. It was great, you almost got it. What was that? Father asked, finding his jaw and pushing it back into place while the rest of the soldiers broke into a loud hubbub. A proper spell for a mage, trained to be on the front lines. I stole the concept from our dear Empress and recreated it. From the description alone, they use it for long-range attacks, eliminating the leading figureheads of the enemy army. I answered proudly, nodding towards the other unused tablets. I brought along some nice toys, Dad. I can't wait to try them out. When the demonstration ended, my father became like a little kid, asking us all the questions he could come up with. Do you remember the big flare you all saw in the sky months ago? The one that I told you not to worry about. I countered one of his questions with mine. Now, the first spell Sasha demonstrated here was that, but refined and without Merlin's interference. It is an original creation, so I am exceptionally proud of it. The second one is something that I stole from the Empire. No wonder they keep it a secret. There is more here, of course. I have brought 10 long-range firebolts, the same one you just saw Sasha fire at the beast. Then, I have 10 mines which, as I said, I want to plant on the outside. If someone with actively releasing magic comes close to it, touching distance, it should activate and go boom. Then, the rest are flares, and I have a few experimental ones of different elements. I just don't know how they would work, as Sasha is best when it comes to fire-based spells. Of course, he wanted to see the others right away, but I had to tell him that would be foolish. I don't want to waste them on the big nothing. I need targets for 2 reasons. One was the obvious one, seeing if they function as I wanted. The other was to train Sasha to hit moving targets. I was sure that sometime in the future, there would be problems between us and the Empire, and Sasha would have to be able to defend herself and our home. If I could come up with methods to not put her in harm's way, I would, but I can't deny the fact that a mage is indeed a mighty force by themselves. I now fully understand why the Empire gobbles them up for their own use. It was enough of a demonstration for the night, so I headed back, going straight for a hot bath and enjoying Sasha's fingers as she helped me wash my body. Weird. I whispered, sitting down on my old sofa with Sasha. What is? That Luna wasn't here, peeping. Ah. Why would she do that? Ah, and nothing. I added hurriedly, but she wasn't letting it go. She scrutinized my face, leaning closer and closer, humming louder and louder. You are lying. What dash? No. You are. You always move your eyes from left to right when doing it. You also blink twice, really fast. Oh. I didn't know that. Ha. Don't be angry, okay? Tell me. She pouted, sitting up cross-legged, wanting to hear it without sugarcoating, watching me like a hawk so I don't lie to her. Since the first day, Luna has been peeping, watching us having sex. I noticed it, but, well, it is harmless, and she needs some entertainment. What? Sasha. Mew. With a loud cry, she disappeared under her robe, pulling all the nearby blankets over her, cocooning up like some little caterpillar. It isn't that bad. Sasha. Hey. Sayashawaya. Hilu. No matter what I tried, no answer came from the bundle of blankets, so I began slowly peeling them away, layer by layer. It quickly became a struggle and a tussle to free her, making her tomato-red face pop out. I want to hide. Forever. Put me back. How? Nope. I won't. Come on, it isn't a big deal. It is. She saw me moan and do things. I can't. How? Meanie. Bully. Perv. Idiot. Don't blame her. I am not. I am saying it to you. You knew about it and did nothing. You woo-woo-woo. Bad Leon. Super bad Leon. Bad-a-bad, baddesty bad. Ahahaha. Come on, relax. I continued to laugh, finally pulling her up, starting to kiss her face and neck, massaging her body. I already knew where to attack to turn her on, and the effect was almost immediate as she began moaning. So what if she watched us? She is our maid. If not watching, she would know it the moment she cleans up after us the next day. Who do you think changes the soaked sheets? No, oh. She moaned again after the realization hit her, yet she still opened her legs wide when my hand slipped down there. There is nothing to be ashamed of. I bet you talked about it anyway. Not in details. Ah. I grinned, catching her stiffen up after realizing she let her words slip. I knew it. See? It's perfectly normal. She is just curious and lonely. She doesn't have a husband who knows what she likes and how to please her. I continued, whispering into her ear, making Sasha moan ever more louder. Stop, for a moment. Please. What is it? I asked, surprised as her words were honest, so I immediately halted, releasing her from my grip. If you are not in the mood, I'll stop. Sorry. No, not that. She turned around quickly, holding my hands, and I noticed her eyes getting filled up with tears. What is it? What's wrong? I'm bad. I'm not good enough. She sniffled, surprising me with her words that I was unsure where the hell did they come from. Whoa, slow down there. Who said that? Where did you even get the stupid idea? But it is true. The fuck it is. But I can't get pregnant. Huh. We are doing it every day, and I am still not pregnant. I can't give you a child. I am useless. I don't know where this came from so suddenly. It stumped me, for real. She burst into tears when she saw me fall silent, and her loud wails were hurtful to see. I felt like my heart was being squeezed with two hands as I watched, hugging her close to me, gently stroking her hair. SSSHH. It's all right, don't cry. It isn't your fault, not at all. It didn't seem to work, as she just began crying even louder. It was futile to say anything more, so instead, I continued hugging her, stroking her back, trying to comfort her, gently kissing the top of her head. When the tears finally stopped falling, and she managed to breathe normally once again, I gave her a passionate kiss. Salty. I chuckled, holding her face in my hands, pinching her playfully. Don't dare cry like this again, you hear me? I dash. SSSH. I said no crying. Listen to me, Sasha. I love you. Understand? Not if you do. Good girl. Now, you also know that my parents tried for years to have me. Who says it is your fault? It can be easily my problem. Maybe my sperms are lazy bastards, not wanting to swim deep enough or go the wrong way. Don't you dare blame yourself when it could be easily me. It must be me. OWIE. I couldn't help but chuckle after she grabbed her forehead, where I flicked her. Don't stress about it. We will try, and try, HM. One day, it will click as it clicked for my parents. But. I groaned, rolling my eyes, and with a flip, I made her lay on my lap with a surprised face as I pulled down her panties and slapped on her butt. Bad girl. Thinking bad stuff. I will spank you. But, OWIE. She moaned again as I slapped her bottom. No buts, just butts. Oh, okay. I won't say it anymore. She pleaded, yet still pushed her perky little ass to my hand as I began kneading it. Good girl. As I said, we will try it repeatedly until it happens, got it? Oh, okay. Both of us knew what would happen next, and it didn't take long for me to climb on her, pushing her down from behind and spending a delightful hour punishing her for thinking up stupid scenarios in her head. It was already way past sunrise when Sasha woke up, tucked in and still feeling Leon's warmth in her tummy. Rubbing her eyes and yawning, she noticed two white legs sticking out at the couch's end before the fireplace. Climbing out of bed and walking over, she realized they were connected to Luna, who was sleeping there, lying on her stomach, her head stretched against the same spot they had made love the previous night. She wanted to feel embarrassed, but no matter how she looked at her silly smile, drooling a little, she couldn't help but chuckle in the end. Then a sudden idea hit her. She was sure it wasn't Leon's fault that she failed to give him an heir. He didn't live his childhood foraging in the forest and barely surviving, destroying her body. It had to be her who was incapable of bearing a child, yet he would need one. The thing they are all building up will need an heir. If she can't do it, someone else will have to. It is a better choice than Yuri. With that decided in her head, she gently shook Luna awake, who needed a moment to realize where she was. Ah, Sasha. Sorry, I got sleepy. Ha. I will make something to eat at once. It's all right. I'm not that hungry. She smiled, sitting down next to her. Dreamt about anything nice? Well. This and that, you know. About Leon. Ha. Luna's body immediately stiffened, looking at her mistress with wide eyes. He told me you are peeping at us. Ha-woo. So he did know. Awawawawa. I didn't do it that many times. Hearing the revelation, Luna began panicking, her face turning pink, then white, then switching back and forth because she couldn't decide to be afraid or embarrassed. It's okay. I was going to talk to you about it. So, tell me, do you like him? He is my master so, Mistress, where is this going? Leon will need an heir, and it seems I can't give him one. Ha, not you too. Ha. Now it was Sasha's time to be surprised, blinking her eyes rapidly before Luna finally explained what she meant. It turns out she was late yesterday because Louise, Leon's mother, kept her, conducting a long and extensive questioning and even suggesting she start preparing to become a concubine for her son. She is right. Sasha murmured, crossing her arms, watching Luna and her body, starting to think just like her mother-in-law. Mistress. Sasha. Butt. Yes, you have a nice butt. It was not the first nor the last time for Luna to repeat the same simple questions as Sasha wasn't budging. While Leon was gone since early morning, planting his traps with his father and soldiers accompanying him, she was already planning how to make Leon sleep with Luna. It surprised her how calm she was about the idea. Watching her friend and maid squirming in place, rubbing her thighs together, looking at her with sparkling eyes, Sasha couldn't help but feel that something was being awakened within her. Something that she didn't know about before, yet it made her heart flutter and become excited. Leon was her man, and she loved him unquestioningly. Then there was Luna, her first friend, and she wanted to bond with her even more now. It took 2 days for probably the same beast to reappear. It did so at night, sneaking forward under the darkness, and we only noticed its presence after he walked close to one of my traps, setting it off, resulting in a loud bang and a flare shooting up to the sky, illuminating the snowy landscape. I knew they were magical. I whispered, standing on the walls while the soldiers were on high alert, getting ready to go out and retrieve the body that was torn to shreds. It died quick. Father laughed, slapping my back while I stifled a yawn. Those traps are very effective. Can you make more? I can, and they are one of my few inventions that can work without any CC required. I will start making more so you can use them to layer the pass for extra defense. I call them landmines. The moment the sun is up, we will do it. This is way better than riding out and meeting the monsters head-on. That's for sure. It didn't take long for more beasts to appear, all belonging to the same kind, coming late at night under cover of darkness. They didn't really fare any better, as they were blown up the same way, thanks to my new weapons. What was weird, though, was that we watched as, from the group of 5, 3 quickly retreated, staying far away, watching their dead brethren before leaving. For the following night, I remained outside, watching, and I wasn't surprised when they came again. The bastards were learning as they chased a smaller-looking beast towards us. From where I was standing, it looked like a gazelle, the size of a small car. Poor thing didn't get far as it stepped onto one of the mines, blown to smithereens just the same. This is weird. I looked at my father, surprised by his troubled look and voice. I never saw this kind. I met intelligent beasts, but I never saw a pack that worked together like this and one that manipulated others. I don't like this, son, not a bit. This does not mean they have human-like intelligence, but it is fascinating. For you, for me, it is terrifying. I am glad we at least have a mage here equipped with your stone tablets. Hee, thanks, I guess. I am not worried, this isn't the first cold winter, is it? No, it isn't, but, never mind. I never asked what he meant or why he was so fidgety, but soon, it was my turn to feel a headache coming, not because of the monsters or the cold but because the damned priestess came to the fort. You are kidding me. I grunted, quickly putting my robe on as I climbed out of bed naked, not worrying about Luna watching me with wide eyes. And no, master, I am not. She is at the front gates, and your mother went ahead to greet her. Damn it. Why the hell did she come here? What should I do? Sasha asked, looking just as worried. For now, nothing. I hope that she is just as clumsy in picking up on things as in other fields. I will go and see what she wants. I heard her saying she was here to give support and heal the injured. She wanted to stay until the end of the winter. Luna murmured, making me rub my temples, trying to think something up so I could send her away. Fucking hell. I always say if things go too well, something will happen to reset my luck back to zero. Geez. Coming down to the main floor, Mikan was already there, led in by my mother. Ah, Lord Leon. I am so terribly sorry for waking you up. You shouldn't have come down and welcomed me Personeawa. I was about to say something, but she slipped on her still snowy, wet boots, almost face-planting onto the stone floor if not for my mom. Although she did catch her by the boobs, I couldn't help but see a jealous flash go through her eyes. Are you all right, priestess? She asked gently, letting go of her. Yes. Sorry. It seems that I am a bit clumsy today, Today? I asked, blurting it out without thinking, which made her blush and lower her head. You know it is dangerous here, yes. As the priestess of the 6 gods, I must face all the perils and help my brethren to overcome them. Injuries can be fatal, especially when those nasty beasts inflict it. What if they are venomous? Magic is the only way to ensure everybody's safety. Can you even cast such a magic? I asked, no longer wanting to hold back my tongue. If nothing else, I may try insulting her so she leaves. I did learn it. I know of it, yes. You couldn't heal my thumb when I cut it. I was tired from traveling. She answered promptly, and she didn't look troubled or angry at all. If anything, she was hella confident in herself. Worry not, young Viscount, I, Mikan Morningstar, am a fully fledged witch granted exclusive power by the gods. I will ensure everyone's safety. If you stay, please ensure that you don't go onto the battlements. This is a military fortress. If anyone is injured, we will transport them to you. That can be too late. I must be there to help them at once. She protested, beginning to pout, and I saw her getting angry, but instead of frightening, she looked like a chipmunk who had her favorite food stolen. Priestess Mikan. All my respect to you, but this is the frontier region. Here, my word is law, and this includes the church. I am ordering you not to visit the battlements for your safety and the Empire's security. We are defending millions upon millions of lives, and I won't put it in jeopardy, not even for a witch. Do you understand me? You clearly don't know a witch's power. I could save lives. I know what someone with magic can do. I raised my voice once again, letting it echo loudly between the castle's walls, making her shudder. I could even hear Luna and Sasha as the 2 girls came to take a look, hiding behind the walls on the 2nd floor, peeking over and watching us. He is kinda hot when shouting. Luna whispered. He can be assertive, And nobody talked to me like that before. How dare you? Mikan snapped at me after she regained her clarity. Then it was time. I smiled, maybe a bit too arrogantly, but I couldn't let her go to the walls. The amount of mana coming off her body would surely trigger the tablets. It just shows you've never been to a military post and tells me you're novice, amateur outlook. You are too soft to these lands, Priestess Mikan. Here blood flows like a river, lives are lost daily, and we have no place for people to pretend play and screw up everything. Go back to the village and tend to the peasants' illnesses. I. She mumbled, looking at me with transfixed eyes, and I was sure she was about to either burst into tears or swear at me. Instead, she held her hands between her giant breasts and spoke with a ringing, bell-like voice, her eyes sparkling like spring water. I never knew you people were so hardened by the constant warfare you are subjugated to. Poor souls. I will do my best to be of service. You will not be disappointed, Viscount Leon. What the fuck? I asked, barely audible, but before I could try to think of something, multiple horns blared from the walls, signaling an attack. In the morning. Why? This was highly unusual after the previous days. Keep her in. Don't let her go out. I barked, my orders aimed at my mother while I rushed to dress up and head to the walls to see what was happening. It wasn't pretty, that's for sure. In the distance, I saw around a dozen massive feline monsters standing, staring straight at us. I would have bet my neck that they were clearly seeing us, maybe even capable of picking out us individually. Can we hit them? I asked, standing next to my father in battle armor. Not with the ballistay. They are too far for that. Do they know our range? I whispered, but of course, there was no answer to that question. I can try. Sasha's voice came as she hurried to follow me, as it was no time to be worried about the priestess's presence. Confident. I looked at him with one eye, watching her pick out a table, looking at me with a soft smile. I want to give it a shot. That's the spirit. Go. I grinned, slapping her butt, watching her step forward, holding the tablet not at the target but way above them. Good, good. She is a natural when it comes to learning my time's knowledge. When she activated it, the stone shattered with a loud clang, sending a bright, crimson firebolt arcing through the air. It couldn't have been more perfect because after it took a nosedive, it landed right in the middle of the group of beasts with a loud bang. They were too far away to see how many we hit, but I knew they were angry by the howls that the wind carried forth. Something is happening. I murmured as I saw them spread out, and not long after, one of the beasts leapt into the air, spreading out a giant, golden wing. It wasn't real, it was made by magic as it flapped, flying over the landmines. Shoot. Shoot it down. It wasn't just my shout but my father's exact words, I just echoed him. The ballistas were quickly aimed towards the sky, but the beast was so fast they could not hit it. That was when I heard a whistle as Sasha used up another tablet, and her spell hit the beast, blowing it into shreds. When the bloody pieces dropped to the ground, they were still glowing with pure magic, activating multiple mines, resulting in a chain explosion. Damn it. I think the others also realized that the road was clearing up because soon we saw 5 of the same kind of monsters rushing forward, following the route where the explosions happened, no longer fearing it. Bastards. Ready the defenses. Father roared, already at the forefront with sword drawn, standing next to a giant metal bowl filled with grease and tar, ready to drop it on them. Sasha. I am not going in. She argued immediately, surprising me, but I simply smiled, kissing her cheek. Duh. I need you with me. Bring as many tablets as we have, use them all up if necessary, but hit the bastards. Yes. She answered, her eyes glowing with happiness that I didn't send her away. As the beasts came closer, I could finally fully see their form, which was best described as a liger. The only difference was that these behemoths were the size of an elephant. The arrows that the soldiers shot down at them bounced off their thick hide and fur, and only one of the lucky ballista shots nailed one of them to the ground. Sasha was surprisingly collected next to me. I expected her to panic a little, but no, she took aim, activating her magic and hitting the beast in the front, blowing it apart and setting its remains aflame. Seemingly, her presence and the feeling of magic troubled the remaining ones, but they were now too committed to their attack. The soldiers roared in celebration when she hit the second liger, killing it in another fiery explosion. They continued firing their arrows and dosing the high walls with grease, making it hard for the monsters to try and scale with their sharp claws. I had the thought that luckily for us, they seemingly couldn't fly like their supposed leader did. I just refused to speak it out loud to avoid jinxing us. I'm here to help. Shit. I knew that voice, that damned priestess. Turning around, I saw her trying to hurry up the stairs, right behind us, almost falling down twice. When she finally ascended to the top, she noticed Sasha next to me casting a spell, her eyes growing wide and shocked. Damn it. Her presence triggered something in one of the monsters below. I don't know what it was, but it made a wild roar, spurting the same magic wings and hopping straight up to the walls with one swift move, straight where we were. Watch out. There was no time to think, so I pushed Sasha to the left, out of the reach of the beast's claws. Still, that left the stupid priestess vulnerable, and she may be a problem, but damn it. At that moment, the seconds were like minutes as I saw the fear in her eyes and that she honestly wanted to help. She wanted to be useful. I just can't let someone like that die. Without too much thinking, I raised my sword, trying to stand in the way of the claw, knowing full well it was most likely pointless, and it was. I saw it hit the blade, break it apart like glass, then make contact with my body. At least I noticed that the impact made the beast's focus draw onto me from Mikan and make its paw change its course, smashing my body against the wall and breaking me in the process, consumed by a fit of bestial anger. Funnily enough, I didn't feel pain, but it reminded me of the time I first died. It was the same feeling as being hit by another truck. I wonder, will I reincarnate once again? I already miss Sasha. When the monster's claw hit Leon, his body immediately broke apart. Still on the ground, in the middle of standing back up from his push, Sasha saw Leon's limbs fly off, and a pool of blood was already gathering below him as she slumped down, lifeless. The beast wasn't paying any more attention to him at all, its eyes turning back to the shocked and paralyzed Mikan. It was raising its bloody paw right until fear rushed through its body, stopping it from swiping down. It was nothing that it had ever felt before, and when that sharp, falcon-like cry came from behind him, it simply pissed itself. The bestial roar's source was none other than Sasha, who now looked completely different than usual. Her clothes were burnt to ash at a moment's notice while a ginormous, blood-red magic formation appeared behind her, rotating at an incredible speed. Her hair was no longer fiery but fire itself, raging without control, licking her naked body. As their eyes met, the beast burst into flames without any chance to cry, turning into ash in the blink of an eye. Sasha wasn't done yet, and when her cry echoed out once again from the formation behind her, a red firebird flew out, washing through the pass. It didn't harm the walls or the soldiers, they couldn't feel its heat, but the monsters were all turned to bright torches, consuming them instantly. No. This time, Sasha's voice was her own, torn apart by terror as she returned to normalcy while rushing to the broken body of Leon. I. Mikan stammered, barely able to stand, swaying left and right, horrified of what had happened in a moment's notice. Heal him. Please. Heal him. Begged Sasha, holding Leon's bloody, mangled, lifeless corpse, looking at her pleadingly, but Mikan barely could form a coherent thought. My, what an unexpected turn. The eerie, somewhat ethereal voice was new, appearing from nowhere, belonging to a woman. As to where it came from, at first, it was hard to tell, right until the golden, vanilla-smelling mist from Mikan's body poured out, taking the shape of a 14-year-old girl wearing a loose robe. I didn't expect to find something like this here, in the butthole of the world. Mikan flinched, floored by what was happening. Son! Arrived the devastated shout from afar as Kalash rushed over, already witnessing what he did not want to see at all. Not even in his nightmares. Can you help him? Please. I give you anything you want. Sasha pleaded to the new figure, not even questioning why she was there or who she was, what she was. I can. It is in my best interest, so you are in luck. She smiled amicably and began chanting in a tongue that was unknown yet familiar to Sasha's ears. She realized the girl was speaking out the pieces of runes that made up magic itself, and a moment later, a golden formation appeared above the castle, covering it in its entirety. Soon, it was snowing, but this time, it was golden. Wherever it fell, soldiers were rejuvenated and healed, and as Leon's body was being covered in it, it began reconstructing itself. His blood flew back into his body, his torn limbs reconnected themselves, while his skin regrew at a rapid pace right until his heart began beating once again. Okay, this is new. I mumbled to myself, floating in space, surrounded by what I could only call the cosmos. Wherever I looked, stars were glittering, colorful nebulas were swirling, but it was different. It was different from what I learned about space. Something was not right. I mean, it was way too dense, way too filled with life. Turning around, I saw a star behind me, but it was not a star. I can't describe it, but I was looking at a whole world from above, not a celestial body. It wasn't making any sense to my brain and previous knowledge. This was not how stars formed and acted, it refused to acknowledge universal laws. Was I tripping? Probably. Before I could think about more, a golden light stretched out towards me, enveloping my whole being, beginning to slowly pull back into that realm below me. Was this another reincarnation? Am I that lucky? Or am I being sent to hell after being shown what heaven looks like? Not that I have any chance to fight against it, so be it. I can only let it happen. Maybe I will become a demon lord next. Ugh, what? I groaned, opening my eyes, feeling weak, and I could barely move my head. Leon. I know that voice. I whispered as Sasha threw herself at me, crying, hugging me close, not wanting to let go. Son. I know that voice, too. I smiled, glancing up at my father, who was whiter than the snow itself. That was when I noticed the new, ethereal figure standing close by. Although I don't know you, but thanks. You are welcome. She replied with a proud smile, placing her hands on her hips. You almost slipped so far out that I couldn't bring you back. Lucky. You can thank me later, but now I feel spent. I will have to go to sleep for a few days. Keep Mikan with you until then. When I recover, I will talk with you. We have a lot to go over. For sure. I whispered, seeing her disappear, followed by a thud as Mikan herself fainted. What the hell happened? I asked, but Sasha was not answering, just hugging me even tighter. A miracle. Father mumbled, wiping his eyes. The 6 gods' miracle, that is what happened, son. Gods, huh? I mumbled, starting to feel my strength return to my arms, and began stroking Sasha's hair. Maybe my city does need a temple. What followed my, resurrection was the fact that I was made to stay in bed. Nobody wanted to let me get up, even when I finally got some strength back. The most adamant about it was Sasha, who, along with Luna, continued looking over me every second of the day. I'm fine already. I murmured, trying to get out of bed, but truthfully, I felt like someone recovering from a high fever. Stay put. Sasha commanded sternly, I can easily push you down, meaning you are not right yet. I need to pee. I argued, and it wasn't a lie. Luna. Coming, mistress. What's the meaning of this? I asked, but I already knew it the first time I looked at the bottle in Luna's hands. I will hold it, master, and mistress will aim, you just need to let it out. She answered me with a perverted yet happy smile while Sasha fished my member out, taking aim. Nothing happened. Of course not, because the situation was weird and perverse, so instead of peeing, I felt myself becoming hard. Thank the gods. Sasha sighed, watching it happen. It means you are really all right. I told you. With a grumble, I tried to focus as I had to pee, so I finally worked my mind hard to let it out. I have to say, their duo worked perfectly, as not one drop spilled out, and they even helped clean me with a wet sponge. Never do something like that again. Sasha whispered into my ear, hugging me while Luna hurried away to bring dinner for us. I am not planning on picking up peeing into a bottle as a habit. Sounds unhealthy. Idiot. You know what I mean. Don't worry, I have no intention of dying again. Once was enough. It was too much. She countered me, not knowing what I meant, but that was okay. Tell me, what happened after that beast smacked me? I couldn't see or hear anything as I slipped away. Well. You don't need to hold back the details, I can take it. I don't remember all. I had a blackout when I saw you like that. I only remember coming back to normal a little later and asking Mikan to help you. She had another girl come out of her, forming from her magic. Yeah, I remember that part. Well, it seems I will have to wait until she is back to normal and finally learn what the fuck happened because that shit wasn't normal. No, it wasn't. I spoke with Louise, and she is taking care of her for the time being. So far, she looks like she has fallen sick. Her fever is really high, and she is barely conscious. I visited her only once, but I think it is some kind of magical backlash. I could feel her body struggling with it. I read about magical backlashes, but the books the Empress had in her library only mentioned that those could exclusively happen when a mage overexerts themselves by trying to cast a spell above their talent. They tend to say that every mage has a fixed talent at birth, and some simply are never able to use more significant, more powerful spells, no matter what. Their magic goes berserk if they try, and it can even kill them. Do you think she will die? She asked, horrified at the notion. No. Otherwise, that manifestation of mana wouldn't have told me we would talk later. I have a few ideas, but I will stay silent until I hear it from her. I'm back, shouted Luna while coming in with a big, rolling tray filled to the brim with food, and before I could complain that I would not be able to eat that much, they began hand-feeding me. Oh well, once in a while, I can let it go, as it does feel nice to be pampered. 3 days later, Mikan's fever finally subsided, and she was starting to regain consciousness but needed constant attention. I ended up telling Luna to keep accompanying her, spy on her, and try to get some preliminary information out of the woman. We didn't really learn much as she was just as lost as we were. By her words, something like this had never happened before, and she couldn't even fathom what triggered it. I believed her as scouring through the books in my head while resting. I also couldn't find any mention of sentient magic. No spells took human form and began speaking. Ever. There was no decoy magic that I could find, nor clones created or split consciousness manifesting itself. Whatever happened to her and me that day was unique. On the other hand, what was interesting was what Father told me. After pulling Mom off me, who was barely holding it together when she heard what had happened. The recount of what Sasha did surprised my wife just the same as she didn't remember it at all. It seemed such a wild emotional shock triggered something in her, releasing a spell inherent to her. Was it a manifestation of her will? Was every mage capable of it, or was it unique to her? So many unknowns and no real answers. Weird. I murmured, sitting on my bed while Sasha was next to me, still adamant about hand-feeding me my soup for dinner. What? She asked curiously, smiling because, by now, I could move around by myself. I just got tired way too quickly. It seems my body still needed rehabilitation before I was back at 100%. I was searching for your spell and found nothing about it. Huh. That is the second in a row. Even if the Empire is powerful, they can't know everything, or they would have already conquered the world. Well, you are right in that. At least there will be things left to me to discover, huh? Yes. Just be careful, don't die, okay? I told you already, I won't. I answered with a kiss, and she happily returned it, putting down the soup and laying back on the bed. Without saying anything, she was already undressing, climbing atop me, grinding against my body. You just rest. I will do the moving. She whispered between 2 kisses, and I agreed. Although my stamina was not there yet, at least my actual sword remained unbroken. As Mikan slowly recovered, her weird affliction had also returned, beginning to spill out from her body. I already had a few guesses about what this meant, but I kept my mouth shut as I wanted to hear it from her or whoever was living inside her. I didn't need to wait for long as Luna came running over later that day because the energies of the priestess were stirring. It wasn't just me who hurried over. Sasha, my father, and my mother also accompanied me, wanting to know what was going on. We watched, just as wide-eyed as Mikan, as her mana coalesced into the form of a young girl. That was longer than I expected. She moaned, stretching as if she just woke up from a pleasant dream. Who are you? Asked multiple voices at once, belonging to me, my father, and Mikan. A valid question. It needs a bit of explanation, so sit down, I will tell you everything. First things first, my name is Elysian Morningstar, or Ely for short. But most of the scriptures probably only have my family name, Morningstar, recorded down. The Morningstar? I asked, familiar with her name, thanks to Luna. From 300-something years ago. Yours truly. She giggled, bowing a little. What are you? Sasha blurted out, trying to see through her, which wasn't hard but only in its literal sense. She was not a physical entity but purely made out of mana. Another good question. Nothing less to be expected from a witch. Looking at her appraisingly, she grinned, still a bit rough, but what you displayed was powerful. You have raw potential and would be a golden egg in the hands of the Empire. If mages are rare, one who can control one of the elements in its most primal form, without incantations or concentration, is 1 out of 100. Good thing you haven't been discovered, or you would be already locked away in secrecy or brainwashed. I knew you were unique. I chuckled, feeling proud to be her husband. But I guess you were too. Of course. Elysian replied with a harumph, taking offense to the mere fact I dared pose such a question. Then how did you end up like this? Ugh. As I said, it is a long story. Let me start from the beginning. When my powers awakened, I was taken away by the church, and soon, I was indoctrinated to serve the imperial family. I was a good little soldier, and with my support, we had our biggest expansion of territory seen in the last 1,000 years. I was that good. Should I clap? I asked with sarcasm, but she wasn't getting it. Or she was but decided to ignore me. Go ahead, I allow it. The thing is, I grew too powerful. I was so good at healing that I not only halted my aging but also managed to reverse it. It was giving the Emperor weird thoughts. The bastard was already old, and he was jealous of my abilities but hid it well. Together, we devised a new spell, one that would help him borrow my mana and rejuvenate himself just the same. There is something like that. I murmured as it was yet to be discovered even in my old world. There wasn't before, and there shouldn't be one now. The thing is, I managed to come up with it, but the bastard was greedy. He wanted immortality. So he decided that he would rob me of my soul and powers, consume me, and use me for the spell. He wanted to transfer my abilities onto himself, but I wasn't keen on letting him do it. Let me guess, you killed him. Worse. She smiled, looking into my eyes. I obliterated his soul. Of course, I knew my time was up as killing an emperor is not something you can get away with, so I initiated my own reincarnation. Reincarnation. I couldn't help but repeat her words, making my soul shudder as that was what I was going through. Is Merlin really a reincarnator, too? I am talking with the proof that I may not be the only one. Exactly. It is, of course, a field that has yet to be properly investigated, and I have been studying it for multiple decades. Yet, as you can see, it is a domain that maybe only the gods have control over. How? You are here, are you not? Father interjected, looking at her and then at Mikan, who was just as dumbstruck as us, listening with her eyes wide open. Yes and no. She continued, what got transferred over in the end was my consciousness and mana. It was a failed reincarnation, as I should have been reborn into one of my descendants' nascent souls right after inception. I should have been starting from scratch with my mind and memories intact. Instead, I ended up waking up with Mikan here, who already had a wholly developed mind, a formed and completed soul. I just got tagged along as an extra, so I'm stuck. But. In the end, Mikan finally found her voice, trying to say something, but her thoughts were just as scrambled as her expressions. But. Slow down. Her ancestor giggled, snapping her fingers as the golden light from her body soothed Mikan's mind. I know it is hard to get it, but that is the truth. Why do you think you are such a bad witch, failing all spells no matter what you try? You are trying to use my powers. Of course, they are not working, it's not yours to wield. It is mine. Wait a minute. I interrupted them, grasping on the core issue. You want to tell me Mikan here is not a witch then? Yeah. She is not capable of using spells. She sometimes manages to tap into my powers when I don't pay attention, but she is not a witch. I don't know which was a bigger shock, that she had the soul of her ancestor living inside of her or that she was not a witch. Nobody said anything for a moment, and we just watched as Mikan lowered her head and looked at her fingers, falling silent once again. I know it is hard to hear, but it is the truth. Elysian continued, breaking the silence. I hoped you would give up on it after failing to use any spells for the past 20 years or so, but you are a stubborn girl. Well, you are my descendant, so that is to be expected, ahaha. What about the old spell? Sasha asked, looking at me first before turning towards the two morning stars. Destroyed. It should not be known to anyone. She answered with a dark, cold voice, and I won't teach you, it is not something that this world needs to have. Not that we need it. I added with a smile, and to my surprise, Elysian returned the gesture, nodding at me. My instincts are still sharp, it seems. Are you working against the Empire? Yes. Otherwise, you wouldn't have a witch at your side and be using self-developed spells. Girl, how you engraved formations into stone tablets reminds me of my younger days. Ahahaha, it is something that I did a lot as a novice. A crude, ineffective but fun way to pursue magical knowledge. She laughed happily, saying it to Sasha, who was a bit taken aback, pointing at me. I didn't make them. She mumbled, drawing closer to me. You didn't. Then who? Are there more mages here? Only one other. And. Thanks. I guess. You. She looked at me, finally registering all the signals Sasha was giving her. But you are magicless. How could you? I don't believe it. Her voice was harsh at the end, feeling as if we were taking her for some amateur witch, trying to fool her, but then I recited a complex formation from one of the books in my memory. I didn't know if my pronunciation was correct or not, but her figure flickered, and the smell of vanilla intensified greatly within the room. No way. I never heard of someone magicless utter incantations. Some of it was way off, but, damn, are you some kind of genius? No. Yes. Well, it was two different answers, one from me and one from Sasha, making Elysian laugh. A magicless noble and a witch, working to rebel against the Empire, now I have a feeling I was made to arrive here. Well, we are not in open rebellion, but one day. I know it is inevitable. I can help you with that. She hurriedly stepped forward, speaking directly to me. I can give you knowledge. I know their city in and out. I know many things about the Empire and its powers. We can destroy them. Whoa, whoa. I stood up, waving my hand. Look, Miss Morningstar. I am not here to start a war. I am trying to lift my people from the mud first and foremost. Whatever comes next, I will deal with it, but I won't go and provoke a sleeping lion. I am not an idiot. Sorry, yes. I got ahead of myself. With a quick clear of her throat, she recollected herself, nodding while crossing her hand. Still, I will try to assist you. First things first, seeing the village, I will teach you how to make a proper sewer system. Then dash. Already done. I interrupted her, and I could see she was skeptical. When our priestess recovers, you can come with me and visit my new city. I am not against ideas and a new I critiquing my works, so feel free to do so. Oh. To my surprise, she didn't doubt me. Instead, she looked even more interested in what I was saying, wanting to go at once, but one look at poor Mikan made it clear she was not in the best headspace right now. We will leave you two for a little. Let's talk when everyone is back to normal. Everyone agreed with me, as it was not just Mikan who had to go over a lot in her head but us, too. I was about to leave when she finally spoke up, asking me to stay a little. I didn't know what she wanted to say, but her voice was frail and thin. We will wait for you in your room. Sasha whispered to me before I was the only one remaining in the room, not including Elise, who slowly disappeared, but I knew she was still listening. I guess, this was a bit too much. I didn't know what else to say to break the weird silence, making her nod. Looking at her crestfallen look, I couldn't help but feel sorry for the poor priestess. It was one thing to know you are a useless witch, but then learn you are not even one. I don't know how I would take it. What should I do? Young Viscount. Good question. I hummed, walking over and sitting down on the edge of the bed, gently reaching out and starting to stroke her head, and trying to ignore the falling tears staining the sheet below her. I don't really have an answer for you, Priestess Mikan. But I do have a question for you. Who are you? With difficulty, she raised her head, looking at me through her clouded eyes. Simple. Who are you? Are you your magic, or are you Mikan Morningstar? You can't use spells. So what? I cannot either, yet here I am, learning magic because I want to. It is exciting and fun. Your abilities are not what determine who you are, it is your actions that do. You told me you want to help everyone, no. Then do it. So what if you can't use magic? There are multiple ways to help people. Are you magic, or are you Priestess Mikan Morningstar? Because right now, I am stroking the head of a beautiful woman, not an incorporeal string of mana. Hey! Echoed Elysian's annoyed voice, but she didn't appear this time. Hey, thank you. Young Viscount. She murmured, her tears slowly stopping rolling down her cheeks. Leon will do. You don't need to be so caught up on protocol with me. With a smile, I finally stood up from next to her, but before leaving, I had to make sure of something. Can I ask you not to report back anything you saw here? Not that my ancestor would let me, I guess. Damn right. Elysian's voice was strangely commanding. I could already feel how much she hated the Empire. Well. In her shoes, I would too. Don't worry, Leon. This priestess swears on the gods themselves to keep your secret. I thank you for that. Rest for now, believe me, everything will be much clearer the next time you wake up. With that, I finally left her room, having a lot to go through myself. Poor woman. She will be all right. I smiled, rubbing Sasha's head as we lay in bed, ready to sleep, while she snuggled up to me. She must be devastated. I can't imagine what she is feeling right now. It will pass, and we can support her if she needs help. She is not a bad person. I will talk with her when she is out of bed and show her around. Maybe not in the winter, Hey. Leon. What is it? Are you like her? The sudden question stunned me as my hand stopped playing with her hair, making my whole body stiff for a moment. Looking down, watching her bright eyes, I knew what she was thinking and reading from my gaze, so I decided not to deflect or lie. Yeah. That makes sense. She smiled, nodding her head, followed by a happy giggle. It does. Of course. You are weird. Say weird things, know weird stuff, and come up with even weirder ideas. Then let me tell you something even weirder, my love. I held nothing back. I told her all that had happened to me, from start to finish, explaining how my old life worked, how it was, and what type of world I lived in. She listened without interrupting me once, looking at me with childlike awe. Whoa. Your world sounds very weird. It is magical without magic but also very violent. Waging wars like you described is even more destructive than magic, no. Yeah. We were capable of leveling whole regions without the use of magic. But that was in a different world. Now, this is who I am. This is my second life. I also need to add that I enjoy this one much more than the previous, mainly thanks to you. Flatterer. She giggled again, kissing my lips and hugging me proudly. Will you tell this to the others? No, I am not planning on that. If someone close to me asks, yes. But it is a past that is no longer important. You are the only one who knows about it, and it will remain that way if nothing happens. Good. I know you best because I am your first wife. As it should be. Weird things are leaving your lips today, one after the other. What happened, Sasha? And nothing. She said, going pink, embracing me, hiding her face. Sure. The way you are including Luna in everything says otherwise. You two even join me in the bathroom nowadays and wash my body. Are you trying to make me have a threesome, huh? I asked jokingly, but the way she went silent stunned me. No way. Really? I won't say no if you are interested in it. But is she aware of it? You are not forcing her, are you? No, I'm not. She protested, looking so embarrassed she wanted nothing but to hide from me. Wait, is this my mother's ploy? Is she ordering you? Huh? No. Okay, she wasn't lying, as that was way too quick of an answer. She was honest about it. Was this all her? Well, her and Luna, huh? I did not expect it, but I am not a saint to shoot it down. Just thinking about it already made me have a reaction, but Sasha was too distracted this time to notice it. I imagined a lot of things after I found myself here, but didn't know it would turn out this exciting. Mine. It wasn't my idea, was it? I grinned and continued rubbing her head, teasing her a little as I had a very, very naughty dream that night. Interestingly enough, a few days later, new types of beasts appeared at the pass, but for a whole month, none of them attacked the walls, leaving just as quickly as they appeared. I was curious and frustrated because I needed more beast meat, but this time, it was a no-go. What I expected in collecting this winter was now burned to ash, thanks to Sasha's spell. I was thinking of going back home because there was a high chance that the presence of witches and magic in the air kept the new, arriving beasts afar. That is highly possible. Elysian agreed with me when Mikan finally left her room, being cooped up in it for long enough. In my studies, I experimented on a few beasts from the other side of the wall. They are more sensitive to magic, and when feeling stronger individuals than themselves, they either submit or try to flee. But if the mage is perceived as weaker, they will try to eat them. They are interesting but not so much to be worthy of further study. I disagree with the last part, but sure. I shrugged as we were having breakfast, listening to her voice echoing from within Mikan. Are there other entrances or passes like here? Sasha asked, making me also wait curiously for her answer. Of course. In our empire, there is none, but so far, what I know, there are at least a dozen such entrances to the other side in the other countries. For one, there is the Kingdom of Marketh. They have the most entrances, 7 in total. In a way, we are lucky because they deal with more incursions of beasts than us. I know very little of the other kingdoms. I hummed, thinking about it, calling up the history books I read as a child. No wonder. Elysian chuckled, sounding a bit sarcastic. This is the frontier. This place is an isolated, backwater void. Its sole purpose is to be a plug that keeps the only entrance to the beastlands closed. That's it. You don't trade, you don't innovate, you exist to be the wall plug you are. You are being harsh. Mikan murmured, looking at me apologetically, which I returned kindly. She is correct, or at least right, about how it was. But things are changing. Now I am even thinking about something foolish. Tell us. Elysian urged, even appearing next to Mikan, looking curious, watching me like a hawk. You said the beasts are afraid of strong magic users, yes. What if Sasha here gets strong enough to scare them away? Could we travel around the other side and come out in that? What was it? Marketh. Impossible. She answered at once, shooting me down. You think previous rulers didn't send expeditions into the beastlands? They did it more than once. There was a period before my time, of course, called the Bestial Wars. Kinky. I joked, making Luna laugh without trying to hold it back. When she realized it came out loudly, and only from her, she turned so red that now I was laughing. With a quick turn, she stood up, bringing us tea and coffee instead, just so she wasn't in the limelight anymore. Finished. Ely grunted, looking at me while Sasha was hiding her own smile behind a napkin. It happened, counting from today, around 800 years ago. It was a beast tide that broke into the country, killing a lot of people. The unified armies took 4 years to kill and drive them back, re-establishing the frontier after its destruction. A campaign into the beastland followed it. Guess the size of the army by then. 10,000. Sasha asked, uncertain of the numbers, and looking at Ely's expression, she immediately knew she had lowballed it. 50,000. Luna joined in while pouring me coffee, but Ely, once again, shook her head. 100,000. Asked Mikan, but it was wrong again. Okay, let me go big then. I grinned before giving my tip, 500,000. Very close. She smiled, finally nodding. It was 600,000 soldiers and at least 100,000 war machines. Want to hear the sweet part? They were accompanied by 300 mages. And not just your run-of-the-mill ones. Are there even mages who can be called that? Luna snorted, feeling the old ghost was full of herself. Sorry. She added quickly, seeing Mikan lower her head, but Elysian ignored her while answering. There are. The size of the empire is vast. We can get mages, but getting capable mages who are valuable is still a roll of a dice. Most of them are weak and have no real hope to amount to anything besides being supporters of the talented ones. What do you mean? I asked, looking at her over my cup, enjoying the aroma of my coffee. As a top witch, I had my own entourage of weaker witches and wizards serving my needs. Their powers were weak, barely able to cast a few spells before being exhausted. They couldn't grasp more complex formations and, in turn, were very limited in use. Their aptitude was subpar, never to be able to cast massive, crucial spells. These types of mages, albeit important, are less so than those who could master magic for real. Their job is usually to help those like me. It is much easier to use a complex formation if it is broken down into parts and my helpers focus on their own portion. You say there is no chance that a mage improves. Are you sure about it? I questioned her as it was a point I didn't believe in. There had to be a way, they simply never discovered it. I refuse to look at it so grimly as them. That would be a mistake. You can have your optimism. You are still young, so it doesn't hurt. But as life will show you, a mage's powers and aptitude are set at birth. They can improve at first glance, but it is nothing more than finding their limits. The moment they hit it, that's it, their improvement stops, and they never move forward again. No matter what. I don't believe you. You don't have to. She smiled, not offended at all. Anyway. Back to my original tale. Now, guess how many returned from the expedition, led by that time's empress, who was also a mighty witch? None. I said promptly, surprising her and making me smile, otherwise, you wouldn't have asked it like this. Fufufu, good. Yep. Nobody returned. All of them were lost to the other side forever. No matter how many go in, nobody comes out. That is how the beastlands are. It is best if you forget about it. Who knows what kind of abominations roam the other end? Okay. That wasn't convincing, young Leon. She warned me again before disappearing, don't play with fire, or you may burn down the world. It isn't like I am prepared enough to venture out. I said jokingly, looking at the others, frightened by what Ely had said. Oh well. Listen, it seems the winter has settled down. Let's return to my city when the snowfall stops, as it is time to show it to you, Mikan. I think you will like it. I thank you for your trust, Viscount Leon. She stood up, bowing and smiling, and no matter how many times I told her to call me Leon, she was adamant about using honorifics. I think it is what you need. I can see that you are still unsure about what you are. I told her honestly, seeing her eyes wander downwards once again, trying to hide her uncertainty and budding depression. My city is a place to start anew. It is where nobody can become somebody. I am sure you will find yourself there, Mikan. Even if you don't want to be a priestess anymore. Oh, that was nice. Luna whispered, gently clapping, now making me turn embarrassed as I thought back on it. It was so corny. Now that Sasha joins in the applause, capitalizing on my embarrassment, enjoying it, tasting the words felt even worse, damn it. They got me. It does sound nice, Viscount Leon. What is the city's name? Huh. I flinched, blinking my eyes, that is a good question. Heading back to the city was a challenging trek in the knee-high snow, especially for Mikan, who landed face first in the snow multiple times. Sorry. She mumbled as we pulled her up again, and when I looked into her silvery eyes, I realized something. Wait. What is it, Viscount Leon? Your eyes. Why yes. She asked, feeling nervous, and her reaction confirmed it even more. With a bit of rummaging through my pockets, I pulled out a letter, holding it before her, about 40 centimeters from her eyes. What? Read it. Come on, it shouldn't be hard, Mikan. Read it. Please. I can't. She murmured, her eyes filling up with tears. I knew it. I put the paper away with a snap of my fingers while Sasha and Luna looked at us puzzlingly. No wonder you are falling around all the time. You need glasses. Those are not cheap. Luna interjected at once, usually, only nobles could pay for them, and I mean nobles in the capital city. I don't think you can get one here anyway. That is true. I murmured, watching Mikan's embarrassed and sad look. I just couldn't help but reach out and start rubbing her head, surprising her. I can't make you one, that is too complicated, and I doubt I have the materials for it. You used to it. It's okay. It isn't. Don't belittle yourself, Mikan. You should have told us. Sasha nodded, trying to comfort her while Luna asked the question I was also thinking about. I just didn't want to cut too deep with it. How can a witch have bad eyes anyway? How? I am not a witch, it seems. She answered, sounding heartbroken, a witch shouldn't have bad eyes regardless of age, not one who can heal it, no. I am truly useless. I learned to conceal it, live with it, ignore it, but Viscount Leon is very perceptive. Thank you. Plus, you don't need to hide it, we will get you one. You are part of the church, yes. Then you will write back home, saying you need a shipment of it. Order a batch of glasses, and we will find the one that you need. And please, do not order only one. I bet there will be people under me who will also need it. I don't want to get them one by one but in one big batch. Oh, okay. I will do so, Viscount Leon. It should not pose that big of a problem. Most scribes do have glasses because copying works all the time. I can say I am recruiting more to serve under me. They didn't send me any helpers at all. She nodded, bowing to me after I released her head, and we began heading back once again. I expected Elysian to speak up, even offer to fix her eyesight, but she didn't. Is she that selfish? Or she can't. She brought me back from the dead, so I guessed it would be trivial for her. What was she doing? MMMH. She may be a bit more egocentric than I first thought. Well, as long as she is attached to Mikan, she is bound to a place I can monitor. Maybe building a temple is not a bad idea so I can move her into my city. What are you thinking about? Your face, Sasha chuckled, pulling on my hand. It says you are juggling some ideas in your head. I'm just curious. He probably was juggling the priestess's boobs. Luna. I didn't mean it to say out loudly. Well, I did think about it occasionally, but come on, although, now that she mentioned it, I looked over and imagined it. I couldn't help but smile, making the already embarrassed Mikan begin steaming from the top of her head, releasing even a larger amount of golden light, filling the area around us with the scent of vanilla. What happened? Geez, concentrate, girl. You are disturbing my meditation and leaking out my precious mana. Elysian grunted, although I wasn't sure I believed her reasoning. Sorry. Sorry. KHM. Well, if you want to know, I said, raising my voice to steer the conversation back to its initial point. While we were walking, I was thinking about reforming the church. I could almost hear how their heads snapped right at me, especially Mikan's, who grew up under their care. I admit, I know little about the church and its teachings. But I can tell you that people here are not happy with them. Especially after what happened previously, they don't want to deal with them. Usually, this is how it goes when even good faith gets distorted and used for selfish reasons. When people see through it, they no longer want to be part of it. I heard what happened. Mikan nodded, but she looked determined, which was a significant upgrade. But they twisted the words and teachings of the 6 gods. I can fix that if you let me, Viscount Leon. We will see. First, why don't you enlighten me? I wasn't really the religious type, so I never paid attention to it. Happily. She wasn't lying. Just watching her retell the stories, I watched how it made her excited and happy. She was devoted, no questions about that. She may be clumsy, but she knows her field, which I can respect. Quickly glancing at Sasha, she remained silent, but I could tell she wasn't fond of the church, no matter how well Mikan conveyed their principles of caring for the people. In the ancient days, when magic was still unknown, 6 gods descended from the skies. It happened 3,089 years ago, and it is that day from where we keep counting our era of enlightenment. They were Ariana, the goddess of death, Tubu, the god of war, Wyland, the god of magic, Orsi, the goddess of life, Valen, the god of honor, and finally, Elise, the goddess of power. They traveled our world, introducing us to magic and its powers before leaving, telling us that one day when we are worthy, we will see the heavens and join them up there. Do we have any proof? I asked subconsciously, but Mikan merely nodded, smiling happily. Yes. All 6 have left behind an artifact, and they said that by using them, we will be able to call upon their presence when we finally travel into the heavens. They are the most sacred and most revered items in our world. Oh. Now, that was interesting. With what I experienced, seeing that so-called heaven after my second death, I couldn't chase out the idea from my head. They probably were not gods but visitors from a different world. Aliens, if you must. That did make sense. If I could study one such relic. Where are they now? One is in our possession. I mean, in the hands of the Ashilia Empire. It is the Spear of Death, once wielded by the goddess Ariana herself. The last time it showed up was when Ashilia was established. It has been dormant since then. But whenever it was used in the past, empires fell. Then, the Geth Empire to the west has the Medallion of Life, the gift of goddess Orsi. When I was still an acolyte, I visited their temple and saw it for myself. It was glorious. Now I also want to see it. They are nothing that humans could make, they are impervious to all damages, and nothing can stand in their way. Their magic is something that we cannot comprehend. Mikan continued, wholly lost in the saga and in her reverence. The third we know about is the Gauntlets of War, from the god Tubu, and it is in the possession of the Kulman Empire. Wait, we don't know about the last three. We know of them. She answered me, smiling with a bit of sadness, but they are lost to time. Our empire has been standing gloriously for 2,000 years, but before that, there were others who ruled the land. Evil, ancient forces who battled for the relics of gods. There were many dark and bloody centuries, and we lost the last three. They were the Book of Magic from God Wyland, the Sword of Lightning, wielded by God Valen, and finally, the Tiara of Power, a gift of the goddess Elise. As they are unbreakable artifacts, we know that they are not destroyed but only lost. It would be nice to find one. I hummed, which made Mikan chuckle. It would give you the right to proclaim yourself as a messenger of the gods and would give you the right to rule, no matter your background. Superstitions. I couldn't help but grin, shaking my head, making Sasha copy me. I don't need them for it. My actions will be enough. But others do need to acknowledge you. Mikan countered, speaking seriously, there is no power in the world that does not worship one of the gods. Our empire is amongst the few who follow the oldest path, praying to all six. Most countries adopt only one of the gods. I see, and if there is a power that doesn't acknowledge any of them, it would be branded as a heretic and burnt to the ground by everyone. Correct? Yes, Viscount Leon. That is for sure what would happen. Then I do need a temple. I shrugged. I can't just overturn a 3,000-year-old tradition, not when it is this deeply integrated with everyday life. Well, I am anything if not flexible, so I will adapt. Tell you what, Mikan. You join my school first and begin teaching the people. You will have to work with them and show them the church they know is different from what our previous priests showed. If they accept you, I can build a temple and make you its head priestess. Then, we can talk about how to move forward. But, and this is a heavy but, don't teach them dogmas. Teach them ideas, but do not force them to accept them. Let them choose. Thank you, Viscount Leon, but, school. The local nobles and their children dash. No. I have no nobles under me. There is me and my people. That is it. You will see. The school I am talking about is where we teach all of my people from a young age as in my city. Everyone must know how to read, write and count. No exceptions. How can they pay the tutors? I don't get it. She mumbled, but it was Sasha who answered her. They don't pay for it. It is given to them by Leon. We ensure that the teachers are paid, be it with money or with other privileges. The people attending the school don't pay anything. As I said, I added with a smile, looking at her over my shoulder, you'll see. It took Mikan and Elysian 2 days to tour the city under Sasha's supervision. I knew that many of the citizens would be apprehensive seeing a priestess walk around, but nobody made a problem for her because she was with my wife. Still, I hoped Oleg would finish raising the first batch of soldiers who would act as my city guards. I trust them, but there ought to be bad apples in every batch. Here you go, master. Luna whispered, placing a cup of coffee before me while I was sitting behind my office desk, looking at Mikan and Elysian standing at the other side. Thank you. Well, how is it? Don't need to hold back your tongues, ladies. Speak frankly. Marvelous. Weird. Oh. I expected similar responses but not ones that contradict each other. They may occupy the same body, but they are different, huh? I think what you built up here is marvelous, achieving it without any help. I wouldn't have believed you if you just told me and not showed me. It was clear that Mikan was honest with her words, the light in her eyes and her smile was genuine, and I was sure of it. I can already see that one day, this place could rival the capital city in its beauty. Maybe. Elysian nodded, remaining calmer and more critical. The designs are unique, especially your palace. But not something I would find exceptional. What I am more interested in is how you did the sewers and water system. I couldn't sense magic in them, so how did you make the water flow? Is the magic hidden in those water tanks? What makes them work? The one in our capital is supported by 141 types of formations. You couldn't have copied it, I would have sensed it by now. There is no magic involved in it. I smiled proudly, making Elysian surprise double as she didn't doubt me. It is engineering. Primitive engineering, mind you. The only part where magic is used is in its cleaning process. I will show it when spring comes and the snow melts. There, you could help me. I am looking forward to it. Ha! This is so weird. You call it primitive. Well, it is true as it has no magic, yet it is also untrue because I couldn't have figured it out without using formations. You are a weird man, Leon of the Frontiers. I will take that as a compliment, thank you. It was. You are welcome. You see, I sighed, placing my cup down, watching Elysian. I would have used more magic if I could. The problem is, I don't have enough CC. Well, none, to be honest. I guessed as much. I can't help you there, I'm sorry. But I can point you toward someone who can. The problem is, I don't know if his bloodline is still alive. His name was Albert Akashi, a magic family living within the kingdom of Skork, right next to us in the east. To the east. I shrugged, shaking my head. That would be problematic. You see, we were warring and expanding in that direction in the past decades. I don't think they would deal with us. I know. I heard it while Mikan was growing up. Right now, they wouldn't, but they would finance a force that could turn into a thorn in the Empire's side. I won't become another's pawn. Okay. She shrugged, raising her hands after hearing my rock-solid reply and watching my unwavering expression. It is an option. If you want, I can explain it, but I will let you explore other avenues for now. Sooner or later, you will need CC. Formations are only true and complete when they are drawn by a mage, using them as a conduit. Don't worry. I do expect a shipment coming back home with the arrival of spring. I answered with a smile, and I couldn't help but feel that I was missing my crazy bandit bitch. Don't you want to come to bed? It is already late. A moment. I hummed, reading the paper in my hand while Sasha leaned against me, wearing only a single piece of thin cloth. Ely gave me a whole dictionary that is an excellent help deciphering the books in my head. But you said most of it is useless until Yuri returns with CC. True, but it is still fascinating. I have already deconstructed multiple formations and linked them up with Merlin's magic circle. I almost have the complete language of magic down in my head, which I can finally compile, and then What are you doing? I chuckled as I looked down, her head disappearing in my lap, beginning to move up and down without a word. Geez. I got it. This can wait. Horny little firecracker. Who would be able to keep concentrating when being surprised like this? She was obviously in a fired-up mood as she didn't stop for a moment, not even when I shot it down her throat, and she continued to bob her head up and down. Ah. The voice that interrupted us belonged to Luna. She wasn't peeping this time as she looked tired, wearing her pajamas and rubbing her sleepy eyes. SSS sorry. I was told to come and get Master. Told. By who? I asked while Sasha begrudgingly sat up, wiping her mouth, and I swear, she was about to scold Luna for interrupting us. By General Oleg. He says that Eurybiseda has returned. Really? I yelled, standing up, letting my trousers fall to the ground, making Luna gulp and lick her lips while watching my glittering weapon that was still wet from Sasha's saliva. Go. Sasha chuckled and helped me dress up before she kissed my cheeks. I know you were waiting for this. We can continue it afterward. Sorry. I murmured and left the room, leaving the two behind. I shouldn't have come. Luna whispered while Sasha shrugged, fixing her open and loose robe. It's okay. I will surprise him when he gets back. Luna. Yes, mistress. She flinched, calling her with honorifics after hearing Sasha's commanding tone. Come here. She flinched, walking in, watching her mistress's dangerously mischievous smile and twinkling eyes. I have an idea, and you will help me do it. Where is she? I asked, arriving at the grounds and pulling my fur coat closer as it was still cold, especially at night. At the stables, with the cargo, my lord. Oleg saluted, leading me over, holding a torch in one hand that was being ravaged by the sharp, strong winds. Cargo. Very good. How did she look? Injuries? Losses? None that I could tell. She is tired, but she looks fine. When we came into the stables, I was surprised to see at least 24 boxes lined up in 4 stacks, being unloaded by Yuri's gang and my guards. Yo. Finally back. Earlier than you expected, huh? She laughed, walking up to me, and I was, once again, too lax with my defenses as she hopped onto me, kissing me forcefully. Maybe because of what I did with Sasha a moment ago, I held a hold of her butt, returning it, and this time, it was me who bit her lips. That's what I am talking about. Ahaha. That's it. I asked, surprised that she let me go. Yeah, I am barely awake as I didn't sleep for 2 days. I would love to fuck right here, right now, but the moment you bend me over, I will fall asleep. My head can't go horizontal, or I faint. You are weird, Eurobisada. I know. She giggled like a kid, walking me over to one of the boxes and opening it for me. I brought you 1,800 pieces of CC. They come in 4 sizes. The first batch is the size of a chicken egg, numbering 450. The second one is the size of a peanut, 700 pieces. I expected them to be small. I nodded, not disappointed. What about the remaining 650? 525 of them are CC strands. Strands. Yeah, I was surprised to see it, but they had a technique to shave them into thin strands that can be woven into fabric. I thought you would be interested in it, so dash. Damn, you are good. Nice. I laughed, grasping her butt and squeezing it, making her grin even wider than ever before. See. I am a reliable wife. The last 125 are around the size of a fist, but they are all rough ones. The rest are polished and uniformly cut. The final batch is raw and unprocessed. How interesting. I did expect that there would be an industry to work with it, or at least not underground. How did you manage to get so much? I thought you would return with a dozen or so. Maybe 100. Robbing, killing, cheating, and lying, my love. First, we got ourselves a supplier, and from there, we bought a few ones, not cheaply, so it annoyed me. But it was part of the plan. Then my girls slept around with a bunch of rich fucks, got ourselves some gold so we could buy another batch, rinse and repeat. Wait, weigh in it, are those rich fucks still alive? I asked, just now remembering who I was talking to. Yeah, they are. I think they think that the black market dealers are ripping them off and robbing them, they are too easy to play with, and nobody thinks a bunch of whores would be smart enough to play them, bohahaha. But I also feel tired from so much thinking. Yeah, I need to remind myself a lot, too, not to let you outthink me. Okay, forget that I asked anything, I will trust you didn't bring the heat back with you. Relax. It was smooth sailing. We were invited to an auction when we finally counted as a reliable buyer. We bought a few more there and then robbed the fuckers who waltzed away with the prominent goods. She announced proudly, pointing at the boxes. You paid jack shit for these, my love. Instead, it was I, your whore of a bitch, who brought you the riches with interest. Is your dick hard or not? Ahahaha. Yeah, it is. I answered honestly, nodding with recognition. You outplayed my wildest imagination, Yuri. Nyahahaha, didn't I? Oh. I would ride you like a wild horse, but I already see 3 of you. I would sit on the wrong dick. Can we go and sleep? Sure. Oleg and the rest will unload the cargo. All of you get into the palace, eat, bathe, and sleep. The maids should be ready to take care of you. Don't frighten them. Got it. Sure. It is good that we already have maids. You have been busy, huh? I will tell you about it when you recover. A lot had happened. Great. See you soon. Keep your weapon hard for me. It was around an hour later when I returned to my room. The fire was out, and it seemed Sasha went to bed after I left to check on Yuri, so I tried to be as quiet as possible. Sneaking in and slipping into the bed was a success, but then again, I was reminded of what was cut short, and I felt guilty. And horny. Okay, mostly horny. I slipped closer, hugging her naked body when I felt it. This wasn't Sasha. Now, what the? I whispered as my hands explored her body without stopping, even when I knew she was awake, moving around in my embrace. Soft. I whispered after getting a good feel of her tummy, her hips and thighs, surprisingly soft. What are you doing in my bed, naked, my little Luna? How did you know? She asked, whispering, and I couldn't decide if she was embarrassed or on the verge of crying. Or both. I recognize my wife's body, even without seeing it, and yours is different. She has a narrower hip, and her bottom is smaller. Up top, you are similar, true. But still, you are smooth between your legs. She has a tiny, soft, cute bush above it. What are you two on about? Sasha. Did you really think I wouldn't notice it? I was curious. She giggled, slipping into bed from who knows where, hugging me from behind. I didn't know you knew me this well, it makes me happy. Of course I do. So, what's now? I didn't think that far. She whispered, making me laugh as I sat up and looked at the two girls in the dark lying before me without any clothes. Don't blame me afterward, Come, lie on her. I slapped Luna's thighs, making her roll over right on top of Sasha as both of them were breathing heavily. Oh. Both of you are leaking, Perverts. First, I will deal with my cheeky little wife. With that, I slipped into her, making her moan happily, and I could hear Luna's slightly disappointed sigh. The order must be maintained, but I could get used to this, very much so. Especially because now two girls were moaning below me as Luna was moving her hips just the same, pressing herself against our bodies. Hold her. I grabbed Sasha's hand, pulling it into Luna's butt, making her massage it while we sandwiched her body from both sides. How soft, mine is not like this. She murmured, enjoying the new discovery and more intense bonding with her friend. But that doesn't mean it's bad. I added with a grin, moving with a quick rhythm. I am not fat. Luna protested between two moans, which made us laugh as none of us said that. It's not being fat, you are just. Ah. Sasha moaned, trying to speak as I sped up, you are just, better built for, having a child, nya. Her final scream came from the fact I emptied myself into her deepest part, washing her baby room with warm milk, satisfying her wild urges that previously were left alone. Ha, me too. Luna whispered, seeing, hearing, and feeling my wife's pleasure, getting a tad jealous. If so, you will become my wife. I whispered into her ear, making her shudder, and with a slight nod, she looked at me over her shoulder, watching me with her violet eye. After I pulled myself out, I didn't hesitate, aimed, and pressed myself atop Luna. Awawawa. SSS slowly. You. She shouted, squirming, making Sasha hold her down with a hug. Does it hurt that bad? She asked, finding it strange. She is tight, are you that nervous? Try to relax a little. I moaned, patting her butt, stopping only when I was halfway in but already past her proof of virginity. It does. She sniffled and cried out whenever I made a move, fidgeting. Maybe we should stop. I shrugged, not wanting to hurt her, but then Luna became surprisingly assertive. No. Do it all the way. Properly. I can take it just as well. You said I was soft. It should work. Well. If you say so. Holding her waist, I decided to slip in entirely, pulling her on me and letting her scream while I did so. I'll help. Sasha joined in, beginning to kiss and lick her body, which did draw out some wild moans from Luna, and soon, she was muted because my wife took the initiative to start kissing her, sealing her lips. After watching them a bit dumbfounded, I continued moving and stretching her out bit by bit. Holy hell. I murmured, watching them kiss like drunken girls at a rave party while I kept moving, and it didn't take long for me to climb to the top of the pleasure mountain once again. This was too much for me as this type of scene would only happen to me in my wet dreams. After I finished inside Luna, and her body went soft, sometimes spasming a little, grasping for air while lying on Sasha, I was about to pull out but was stopped by my wife's hands. No. Stay like that. I want to make sure. Sure of what? I asked, lying on both of them. If she doesn't get pregnant, then it's me. I nodded, but she shook her head. I will need a third one. Maybe Mikan, or Yuri if nobody else works. PFT. You are starting to sound like my mother. I grunted, not knowing whether to laugh or not. They say boys will want a wife who is like their mother. Huh. You are full of surprises, my love. At first, I thought you would be a wild girl, but then it turns out you are a kind and warm wife, just like the fire in a home's fireplace. Then, here I am, listening to you. You truly are a fire mage, full of passion and unpredictability. I just want a family. She murmured, and I felt my heart skip a beat. Hearing her kind, innocent, and somewhat sad, yearning voice, I felt myself melting. I want to be a mom and give them what I never had. Even if they are not my kids, MHMH. I couldn't help but lean close, kissing her, tasting Luna's saliva on her lips, getting hard again, and waking my second wife back up, who slipped into sleep previously. Now, she couldn't help but wake back up with a yelp. Don't worry, my love, you will be a mother. Trust your hubby to do his best, okay? When I woke up, sandwiched between two girls, I felt like being run over by a truck wasn't that bad after all. If I ever meet that idiot of a soul who shot himself in the head, I will thank him for pushing me off the road of reincarnation. This was the best thing that could have happened to me. MHM. With a pleasant stretch, I sat up, quietly slipping out from between them, pulling the sheets back over their bodies. After a quick wash and dressing up, I left the room and was surprised that Oleg was waiting for me in the main hall. My lord. What happened? I sighed, seeing the trouble on his face. We lost sight of the priestess. What? How? I don't know. I will punish the soldier on watch accordingly, but we are searching the city right as we speak. She may have some ability we are not privy to, huh? She did slip away from my mother, too. For now, there is no reason to panic. We will see what happens. Tell me how it transpired. I shrugged, heading to my study while listening to Oleg recounting it. She was housed, as issued, in the guest wing and under constant surveillance. When it was the night guard's time to be switched up, they looked into the room, and it was empty. I was about to say something while opening the door to my study, but all the words were stuck in my throat, as inside, there she was. She stood before one of my bookshelves, browsing while the room was filled with the scent of vanilla and a thin cloud of golden mist. Mikan? I asked, and she turned around, greeting me with a big smile. Ah. Good morning. Your library is marvelous. I have never seen so many magic tomes in one place. You wrote all of these. How? This is my study and not a library, and yes, that is my handwriting. Can I speak with Elysian? HM. I don't know, she doesn't answer me. She whispered, getting red in the face, realizing she probably shouldn't be in here. Try using magic. That will rouse her. I advised, and when she nodded, trying to access her ancestors' mana, it rippled through the mist, resulting in an annoyed echo. What? That is my question. I declared, raising my voice, making sure she listened. What are you doing here? How did you disappear from your room without my guards noticing? Huh. Mikan flinched, her body shivering after hearing my tone. I asked the guard if I could leave and look around. She began explaining hastily, which made me raise an eyebrow and look at Oleg. We will do a thorough investigation. He answered, eyes as cold as a sharpened blade, incensed that one of his subordinates would fail him so severely. Don't need to. Elysian grunted, taking shape in the end, looking tired. It was me. Whenever Mikan wants to do something, her thoughts become erratic, disturbing my meditation. So, I usually let her have what she wants so I can return to peace. Manipulating a magicless person's perception is easy. You did what? Mikan asked, horrified, looking at me in a panicked state, wanting to say something, but she couldn't find the words. Now that makes sense. I murmured, crossing my arms and looking directly at Elysian. Are you trying to make me not trust you? You are speedrunning it, just for further reference. I knew she wasn't getting the meaning behind that word, but she wasn't too bothered by it. You don't need to worry about me. My ultimate goal is to get my revenge on the ruling family. I am not here to sabotage you. Let me rephrase it then, so you get it. I continued with a smile. We started from a 0, as comrades, that is. Now we are on -10. The farther you go into the negatives, the less I will share with you, and the more I will marginalize your presence. After I saved you. Yes. I answered without hesitation, this is this. If you think you can hold that over my head, I will have to disappoint you. I am now entertaining some new thoughts. You see, now I am beginning to doubt if Mikan's appearance on the walls when I died was an accident and not something you orchestrated. Presumptuous. Elysian harumphed, getting angry, which showed on the golden mist as it began chewing. I have given you dash. I am not a prostitute that you can buy, Elysian Morningstar. Want my help in your revenge? Build up the trust. I am done here. Oleg, escort Miss Mikan to her room and arrange for 2 guards to accompany her everywhere from now on, even to the toilet. Then, place 4 others further away, out of reach of her magic. If Miss Mikan acts suspicious, you have my permission to kill. You. Exactly. I sneered at Elysian, me. And me alone. This is my territory. Not yours. Now, get out of my sight. After my angry roar, she dissolved, and I saw the mist return to Mikan's body, almost sealing itself away from view, making the deathly white priestess sway in place. I am sorry. She whimpered before leaving with Oleg, looking heartbroken. Miss Mikan. I stopped them at the door, making her look back towards me, but she was unable to meet my eyes. You and Elysian are 2 different entities. She is living inside your body, it is you who are in control. Please try and exercise it. My deepest apologies. She murmured, bowing, making me nod approvingly. After they left, I sat down at my desk, picked out a piece of paper, and began drawing immediately. The presence of Elysian was a double-edged sword. The apparent disregard she showed towards me or to the idea of my authority was enough of a warning sign. She may think of herself as my ally, but she still looks at herself as a top-tier mage of the Empire, someone in control of others. So, in turn, we are not allies. I am just a tool in her plans. It is time to wake her up to the present reality. I wanted to build something different with the CC Yuri brought back, but it seems I need to deal with this problem first. My mind was racing, and I quickly recalled the relevant paragraphs on how to capture and naturalize enemy witches. I wasn't surprised there were already devices developed that worked to nullify a mage's powers as they were rare and valuable. It was a win-win for both parties if one could be captured and made to work for the other side. Naturally, I didn't have much proof of how frequent it was or if it ever worked in reality, but that didn't matter. What I needed now was simply a device to ensure Elysian was kept under control. I drew a complex magic formation, tracing the lines before my mind's eye before I began translating it. It wasn't hard, not with the new knowledge, thanks to Elysian herself. With the rune translation she gave me, I could finally give names and proper attributes to all the ones within Merlin's natural formation. It was like my own Rosetta Stone for translating the hieroglyphs. Just as I was reorganizing it in my mind, I watched as Luna came in, wearing her maid outfit, walking without any issues, and bringing a tray over with breakfast on it. Good morning. She beamed at me happily, making me smile. Likewise. I am surprised to see you up. I thought you would take the day off, lazing around. I wouldn't have been mad. Haw. She blushed, pouring out coffee before presenting me with some eggs, cheese, and a slice of bacon. I still know my duties, master. Don't tease me. I know you like being teased. I whispered, leaning forward and patting her bottom, which made her flinch, still hurting. No, it's fine, haw. I see. Good to hear. What about Sasha? I asked, beginning to eat as I totally forgot that I was this hungry, thanks to the sudden morning problem I was greeted with. She is still sleeping. Going by her tone, I knew she was a bit jealous. Nevertheless, she took her position as a maid as something essential, no wonder she climbed out of bed after noticing I was gone. Luna was trained since she was young to serve a purpose. I could see that it was ingrained into her being on a fundamental level. You can go back to her after we finished here. You don't need to serve me like this anymore after the previous night. But I like serving you. She hurriedly answered, blurting out it too loudly before going as red as a tomato. Noted. I grinned while eating, making her blink her mismatched eyes, trying to look anywhere but at me. What's that? She pointed at the formation I drew up, hoping to divert the conversation. It is a restraining spell. In essence, when a mage uses its mana, this formation redirects it and sends it into an infinite loop that cancels it out. Think of it as an anti-magic spell or a kind of magic cuff. Or restrain. Restraining a mage, would this make them unable to use their spells? Yes. The problem is they are not omnipotent. Give it enough force, and it can be overcome and destroyed. Think of it as filling a bottle with water. Go past its limit, and it will burst. Why are you making it? It isn't for Sasha, is it? Of course not. It is for the Morningstar duo. I explained, telling her everything. I need to keep that old witch under locks. She does sound dangerous, Master. You should handcuff her to the bed. And tie her up. Tying her up, huh? Looking at her from the side, I smiled, but she was already lost in her sudden imagination. Well, I am looking to modify this formation, and I will need Merlin's help to sample it. His abilities have a reinforcing effect, so I will test what changes to make it stronger. If you want, you can come and accompany me. Let's wait for Sasha to wake up first. Let's. I hummed, returning to my breakfast before my indecent thoughts diverted me from the problem at hand. In the late afternoon, we met with Merlin inside the school, which was now empty of students. While he was studying the magic circle I drew, I was studying him. What is it? Sasha asked, noticing my eyebrows doing the wave as I was reorganizing my thoughts. Merlin, how old are you now? I will be 10 soon. Next summer. Why? Nothing, it's just that you barely look older than when we first met. Nah, don't worry about it, I just had my thoughts go rampant for a minute. I waved my ideas away as there were always boys who were the wet dreams of certain girls. What do you think of it? It is fascinating. So, I should activate it and tell you how it feels. Or what it does, yes. Yep, but please be careful of it, okay? Are we sure to do it here? In the city? Sasha asked worriedly, making Luna concerned, especially after hearing my answer. It isn't an offensive spell. So it shouldn't blow us up. I hummed, scratching my chin, and Merlin was just as confident. What? Luna yelled, but we ignored her. I have been training since Lord Leon gave me the compiled textbook. I am much better at controlling my mana. Show me. I smiled, and he didn't hesitate, activating his powers. Weigh in it. No. Luna wanted to interject, but it was already too late. The paper lit up in a bluish light. At first, nothing happened, but it did make Merlin shudder, and I swear I saw some kind of portal open up. A moment later, multiple thin tentacles stretched out, wiggling in the air, looking for prey. Weird. Merlin grunted, his fingers twitching, dropping it, but that didn't stop the spell as the tentacles latched onto the thing they were pointed at, which was poor Luna. Nya. What is this? Help. Huh, how interesting. I watched on with a curious gaze as the slimy, purple, and blue tentacles wrapped themselves around her body like some kind of weird BDSM cosplay. It isn't. This feels weird, nya. Get it off me, please. She wiggled on the ground, but those things held her tight, wrapping themselves around her waist, arms, and legs, tightening around her body. It's groping me in weird places. Let me try again. Merlin said, finally picking up the piece of paper and cutting off the spell after focusing once again. When it happened, the tentacles disappeared, and Luna managed to stand back up, grimacing as slimy mucus was glittering all over her body. How was it? I asked and got two identical answers but with different connotations from the two. Nasty. Yet you look flushed. I retorted, glancing at Luna with a smirk, who said nothing more and just pouted, letting Sasha get out a handkerchief and begin wiping her down. Merlin. Holding it is filthy. he explained, scratching his chin the same way I did, even mimicking my posture. Well, they say that copying is the biggest flattery one could get. And it did feel good. It interfered with my mana flow, but I could adapt. After I did, it probably changed as instead of restraining my powers it, well, transformed into this. Well, I now know that amplifying it can turn it into something completely different. How weird. I have another version, which has been a bit fiddled with as I replaced a few runes with different ones. Think of it as an alternate version. Come, Luna, you should hold it while Merlin activates it. Why me? She shrieked but still stepped forward when I ordered her. It should be safe, you are magicless, it won't hurt you, and that way, Merlin won't drop it and lose control over it. Then you do it. She retorted, yet kept holding the new paper in her hands. I can't. I replied with a shrug and a smile, stroking her head, because bondage looks best on girls. No. This way, it won't work, maybe, no. Don't you feel tired? What time is it? I asked, getting jolted out of my thoughts and looking around. It was already dark, and only my multiple, thick candles were burning around my desk, painting the room amber. I don't really know, but it has been dark for a long time. Sasha said while smiling, sitting on my lap, snuggling up to me with a yawn. Luna already went to bed, I was waiting for you. Sorry, I got swept up in this. With a chuckle and a stretch, I began stroking her head, looking around my table and watching the multiple dozen blueprints of a magic circle. The first test with Merlin was a half success. It didn't manage to restrain his or Sasha's mana when boosted by his magic. Instead, it became a physical restriction, tying up Luna multiple times. With changes in the runes, she was bound by tentacles, rough ropes, a long worm that made her shriek like a banshee, and finally, by pure energy. Since then, I have been reworking it, simplifying the formula, and replacing its inner workings to give it a different effect. One that I was looking for. Aren't these two opposing each other? She asked suddenly, pointing at two runes within the inner circle. I looked at it, realizing the problem of having two different runes for its energy intake, making it volatile. You are right. I totally missed that, maybe I should sleep as I begin making more mistakes. Thanks. I am still learning it, but it is hard. Seeing me correct it and then kiss her, she giggled happily, even with your textbooks, I can't draw up formations other than fire-based ones. But you can make them faster than me, without any mistakes like what I just did now. You are a natural when it comes to that type, so don't feel bad about being slow with the rest. What did Elysian call you? A freak. I think. I softly laughed, she can't comprehend the fact that I can understand the language of magic and break it down. Honestly, it isn't that different from a programming language. Now that I know the building blocks, I can write my own code. I am doing the same dances and routines as in my old life, searching for bugs and why the freaking code won't work, or work opposite to what I wanted. Why were there bugs in those programs? I don't get it. She whispered, feeling confused, and with a chuckle, I began explaining to her what I meant. Since I told her my story, expressing myself without holding back anything was much more manageable. With examples of my previous life, I could be more open and unafraid of voicing my thoughts before Sasha. I already told her what kind of engineer I was and what was required of us in the army on both the software and hardware sides. So, in conclusion, I ended my monologue to her, I am writing the software right now. We can move on to the hardware when I have what I want, creating the cuffs for Miss Morningstar. When it's finished, I can finally move on to what I really wanted to do first. Which is upgrading our water and heating system. I will use up a good amount of CC after developing a stable heating formation. My goal is to ensure that every home has a button that, when they press, the water will turn hot. If it works, then I could start making a ton of metal pipes, laying them down all around the city, working them into the homes, and when winter comes, I can pump hot water through it, warming their homes up. Without fire. Wait, you told me about this once, what did you call it? Central heating. Yes. Exactly. Couldn't you do it how it was in your world? I could do it old-fashioned, but why should I when magic is right before me, here, at my disposal? That is why I am working this hard on these formations. What I see now is that magic is limited. Constrained. How? Because the spells are kept a secret. She asked, trying to follow and guess my thoughts. That is part of it, yes. What I mean is that magic is looked at as the gift of a selected few. It is not something the masses would ever understand, use, or work with. That is the sentiment I see instilled in the people. I want to change it. Yes, witches and wizards are unique people who can directly interact with, manipulate, and construct it. But they can create it in a way that would be usable by everyone. Through the implementation of CC. Yes. As to how, that is one of the hurdles I will have to overcome, but my vision is clear for our future. My old world sounds magical to you because people had tools that made their lives much, much easier. Did they know how to make those tools? No. The same is true with magic, my dear. There will be a select few, like you, who can make those devices that will benefit everyone later on. Sooner or later, there will be others like me. There will be a time when normal people begin understanding magic, and they will be taught its rules. They will see the runes as the building blocks of spells and code their own version. It may be only me right now, but I can see a future where talented, magicless people could invent something I had never thought about. It does sound exciting and wonderful. She whispered, leaning against me with closed eyes, smiling happily. It is what the gods wanted. Ah. Didn't you say you don't believe in them? I don't. I mean, I don't believe that they are gods. But after what happened and what I saw, I do believe in their existence. Listening to Elysian, they said that they are waiting for us up there. They can't be waiting for one or two mages to go there, no. They are waiting for us as a whole. As our species. Not one or two individuals, but for all of us. The church, emperors, or whoever is in charge should have been clear about this and worked to lift us all up. Well, if they didn't do that, I will. In the following 2 days, I finally managed to create a formation that worked as I intended. When Merlin activated it, no tentacles appeared, and there were no weird side effects. He simply flinched and fell to his butt, feeling dizzy. The spell itself turned off the moment he activated it, meaning it cancelled itself out immediately. Now that it was done, there was the next step, implementing it into something tangible. It was time to get work done and fire up the smithies. It would also be my first test on implementing CC into something, so I visited the 2 Morningstars under house arrest to ask the old witch if he wanted to help me. No. Elysian answered plainly, smiling at me, thinking she could finally get back at me for placing her under such harsh surveillance. I won't tell you anything until you lift this nonsense and ask for help properly. Ely. Mikon protested, looking at me apologetically, but I wasn't bothered by her answer. I see. Cooperation is a no-go, then. Are you leaving? I could hear her surprise when she saw me stand up, turning around to leave their room. Yes. I came to see if we can start working together. Seemingly not. So I won't force it. Send word if you change your mind. I expected it. I would have been glad if we could start anew and let her tell me how to integrate CC correctly, but if not, so be it. I have my own ideas anyway. Arriving at the workshop, Sasha, Merlin, Yuri, and multiple helping soldiers were already present, bringing along multiple boxes filled with different kinds of CC. Yo, boss, sup? I'm back in action. Yuri grinned, greeting me, but Sasha had already interrupted her before she could say another word. What should I do next? Good morning to you all, too. Well, we will repeat what we did once already. The only difference is that the formation you will lay down, Sasha, is modified to the new parameters. See? She smiled, glancing at Yuri. I told you it won't be just throwing CC into the kiln and lighting it on fire. TSK. They have been arguing since the start. Merlin whispered to me, looking tired. I gave up on trying to smooth things out. Sorry to leave you with them for so long. Good job keeping it together. I will take over from here. I whispered back, rubbing his head, making him smile happily. So, are you two finished? Yes. They answered in unison, making them flinch. Good. What I learned of it is that CC is capable of storing magic within itself. It is not just able to contain it, but also to purify it and interact with the mana around us all. As I began explaining, Merlin was the first to go completely silent, looking at me without blinking, drinking up my words even though I had already given him a book about it. It seemed he liked it more when I was explaining it myself. Do you know who else does that? I asked, making Yuri shrug while Merlin's hand shot high up into the air. Mages. He answered me, waiting for my praise. Exactly. With a smile, I continued rubbing his head, making him giggle, and I couldn't help but notice how kindly Sasha was looking at us. I knew already what she was thinking about. So, I determined that CC is the natural element that connects magic and the physical realm. It helps mages not just interact with magic more easily but also will be what allows normal people to use magic. How? Asked not just Merlin but everyone else who was present. Luckily, I am not the only one who studied it, but many others before me. Can you recall our previous tests? The moment I questioned them, Merlin went red in the face, trying not to look at me, as I still remember the poor kid had a little accident. Yes, Sasha answered me before the boy could get conscious about it. Even if the pieces weigh the same, their capabilities become different. The tiny ones broke apart very quickly. Ugh. The most I brought back are tiny. Yuri grimaced, looking at me, but I reassured her with a smile. Because we used them wrong. I continued, walking up to a prepared desk and rolling out a big parchment, pinning its corners down. This is the modified magic circle that Sasha will etch into the bottom of the kiln. It has 4 empty rune spots. Merlin murmured, noticing them in the design the moment he looked at it. Yes, that is where these will go. I chuckled while placing pieces of CC into the empty spots. The Empire has gone far in discovering their properties and utilities. First, CC, which wasn't used in spells yet, is natural. Although after going through a mage's hands, they are no longer that, instead, they got synced to their magic. So a CC used by a mage to cast fire spells won't work with water spells. Merlin asked me at once, making me praise him once again. Good thinking. It would work, but it would degrade much, much faster, and maybe even shatter like the ones we used. But Merlin is correct. That is why mages usually have multiple artifacts with them. Their main one is attuned to the spells they use the most, while they have secondary, tertiary, or quaternary artifacts ready for different types of spells. So if I ever got a staff, I should use it to cast the spells I used on the wall and not like, levitating things. Sasha hummed, thinking and bobbing her head. Yep. Next comes the size of the CC. Even though their weight remains the same, it still affects their efficiency. The smaller ones degrade quickly and will shatter eventually. If they are actively used. Actively. Like, in the hands of a mage. Yes, Merlin. Using them in formations extends their life as it is within a stable structure, always being put through the same amount of mana without fluctuations that are inherent to us humans. Emotions and a change in thoughts are sources to create small ripples and inconsistencies within a spell. Those are not present in a formation. You already lost me. Yuri groaned, playing with her hair, barely paying any attention. When a mage uses CC, it counts as active usage. When it is implemented in a working formation, it counts as passive. Simple. CC actively used degrades at least twice as fast. A well-optimized formation lets the same-sized CC last longer. Is this better? No, but don't stop, the little pipsqueak looks like he can't wait to hear what comes next. She shrugged, poking the back of Merlin, but he simply ignored her, watching only me with starry eyes. What is also important is charging them up. I continued, this is where Merlin's natural affinity comes into play. The CC he will charge will be part of the formation, embedded into place. How do I do that? And why me? Why not Sasha? Slow down, you will bite your tongue speaking that quickly. I grinned, ruffling his hair, it has to be you because your ability is to enhance others. Sasha and I designed this formation to be adjustable. After we finish, you will draw up this control formation on its outside. With that, I showed another one to Merlin, which was very similar and had 4 identical spots for CC. This one is designed to work in tandem with the main one. Putting 1 CC into it, charged by Sasha, will set it to level 1, and it goes up to level 4. The more you use, the more intense the flames will be. In theory. We will see after finishing it. How intense? As I said, we will see. I murmured, looking at Sasha, noticing that Yuri had seemingly fallen asleep, drooling with a bored expression. This is my first time doing something so complex, so anything can go wrong. Here, Merlin. I smiled, pushing the small pieces of CC into his hand. While Sasha gets to draw, you have to sit down, holding them in your palm, and just circulate your mana while we work. That's it. Yep. Wait. Yuri snorted, coming back to reality. So she wasn't sleeping, just exaggerating things, huh? Won't the kiddo blow us up? Your queen is drawing a fire spell while he is using his magic. That sounds like an explosion waiting to happen. Merlin. I asked with confidence. No worries. He grinned, showing a thumbs up. I have been training a lot. I can control it. Promise. I trust you. Let's do it, I want to see the success of our labor. When Sasha managed to finish the first formation, I made her place the charged CC into place while Merlin engraved the smaller one on its outside, leaving small sockets for the 4 control pieces. After everything was ready, it was time for the live testing. Now, when I place the first one in, the formation inside should activate, fingers crossed. With a last chuckle, I pushed it into the first slot, and the moment it was in, it flashed with a soft light. The inside of the workshop was quickly lit up by the color of orange flames and the sound of applause by everyone present. You did it. Sasha laughed, hugging me, followed by Yuri and even Merlin, who joined them in performing it just to not be left out. I even felt my butt be pinched, and I was sure who did it. No, we did it. I continued, ignoring the hand kneading my bum. I alone would not have been capable of achieving it. How long will it last? Merlin asked after letting me go, and he curiously watched the fire, burning without any visible fuel, and this one doesn't need to be fed anything. No, this one does not. That is why CC is so important. I nodded, answering him, as how long, I have no concrete ideas, but by the numbers, the ones producing the flames should be good for at least half a year. Depending on how it is used. The control CCs will probably need to be recharged monthly. I shrugged, knowing that it was the best I could do with the ones I had now. We watched the flames increase in intensity when the second one was slotted in, and when all 4 were in place, only Sasha could stand close to it, enduring the heat without issues, while the rest of us had to back away. I think 4 is too much. She noted it with a smile, picking it out, reducing the strength of the fire so we could breathe again. Yeah, I don't have any measuring tools, but I am pretty sure that could melt anything we are currently able to make. Keeping it on would most likely damage the forge itself. I nodded, still feeling like my face was under an infrared lamp. Let's turn it off and call up the blacksmiths. It is time we get them to work and let them occupy their future workshop. It took me only a brief period to introduce them to how to work the formation, what to look out for, and demonstrate the quirks of this new type of forge. The tools that I previously tested, engraved with formation to make them able to lift any kind of weight, will also be reworked, getting their own slots so their abilities would be activated when needed. But that had to wait for now. I have a task for all 6 of you. I exclaimed after finishing the introductions to the forge, presenting all of them with the same blueprint for a bracelet. I want you to make your own version of this artifact. Artifact. They whispered because everyone knew it meant it would be something a mage would use, turning their excitement up a notch. Yes, so its dimensions are important, but I leave the rest up to you, including what it's made of. The creator of the one I like the most will earn the title of being my forge master. I will tell you now that I am looking to establish different departments under me, and yours would be called the Forge Guild, reporting to the Minister of Mining. You would get your tasks from the ministry, but you could also take private orders from the people. Still, orders from the ministry will always take precedence over private requests. My lord. Merlin interjected with a raised hand, but I wasn't angry, giving him a nod to continue. If forging is going under the Minister of Mining, I should rename the official title. Should it be, Minister of Industry? I approve your idea. I answered him calmly, but I was impressed. Very much so. Honestly, I just can't put my finger on why, but Merlin felt like he was not right. At least he is on my side. Thank you, my lord. Now, all 6 of you will be part of the council within the Forge Guild. You will operate and govern it as you see fit. This stays in place until it doesn't affect your productivity. If it does, I will step in and reform the system, so don't go overboard. I warned them ahead of time before continuing. You will have to raise future blacksmiths and employ your own assistants. All of you will get your own forge in time and be free to expand as you like, but this one will belong to the forge master and will be the first to be upgraded by any new invention. Thank you, Lord. They all answered, beyond excited, and I could see the fire in their eyes to become the first to hold that title. Don't thank me yet. I grinned, looking over them. The forge master will be the guild's voice. Through him will I manifest my will. If something goes wrong, he will be the one responsible. Also, it is not a title for life. The position is always reserved for the most talented blacksmith, so if somebody better appears, he can challenge the current master, and I will preside over the competition. Every forge master can only be challenged once every 4 years to avoid it becoming a constant battle within the guild. I will enact more rules if necessary, but I hope you will work together and not against each other. I want healthy competition, but if it interferes with productivity and is detrimental to the city, I will step in and reform it. Still, I will give you as much freedom as possible initially. Betray my trust, and I will take it away. It is that simple. I really hoped that my warning was something they would remember and also take heed of. They would have to pass it down to the future generations that they will nurture. After finishing what I wanted, I left them to their work, giving them ample time to finish 6 cuffs from which one would snap onto Mikan's hand. Your body is super nice. I could play with you for days. MHHHHMM. Please stop it, Miss Uribisada. Just call me Yuri, Mickey. Come on, we could have some fun. Aren't you bored? My name is not Mickey. It is Mikan, and I am fine, thank you for your worry. I am still allowed to move around the palace. I do take strolls in the garden. Yeah, because I am tasked to keep an eye on you by my hubby, otherwise, you would be stuck in here. I thought that Viscount Leon has Lady Sasha as his wife. And now that little bitch of a maid too, TSK, she climbed into his bed before me, what a cheat. Taking advantage of him while I was away. It is not nice to speak about someone like this, especially behind their backs. Don't worry, I tell it to her too, she likes being called a bitch, I know those eyes. I see them constantly when I look in the mirror. Anyway, this is this. He already kissed me, so it is as good as sealed, I will be his doggy soon enough. Heh, I know they are trying to get an heir, and neither of them has gotten pregnant yet. Soon, it will be my turn, wahahaha. Mikan just didn't know what to do with Yuri in her mouth besides looking at the ground and feeling her face turn bright red. Stop talking. You are making her confused beyond reason and constantly disturbing me. Elysian's voice arrived suddenly as she manifested herself, looking greatly annoyed and frustrated. Oh, so you are the second Mickey, huh? I was told you are in there, but I have only smelled you so far. I have to tell you, your scent is great. Now, if I molest the original Mickey, does that count as a threesome? Would you feel it? Please, no. Mikan cried out, making Elysian's figure flicker, her eyes twitching. I said, stop it. Stop what? Yuri asked with a shrug, lazing on the sofa opposite the two. This is how I am, and I am fucking bored nannying you too. While I am stuck here, my hubby is fooling around with his 2 birdies, unfair. I can help you get him. Elysian declared, surprising Mikan, turning back and forth between them, seeing Yuri's eyebrow being raised questioningly. He probably avoids you because of your looks. I can heal you, get you back what you have lost. All those injuries would be gone, and you would be whole again. You only need to make him see that I am not against him and start listening to what I say. That way, he can gain the power he wants and triumph over the Empire. This whole thing is nonsense and childish. She continued, taking Yuri's silence as a tacit agreement, when you are beautiful again and not this mangled mess, he will bed you at once. Are you serious? Yuri asked, her voice remaining even and calm, hiding her true thoughts, making it hard for Elysian to read. Why would I lie? I am one of the most powerful healers ever appearing on this continent. I brought back your prince from death. Isn't that enough of an evidence of what I am capable of? Yeah, I heard that. With a glance, she saw how Mikan, once again, lowered her head when it came to the topic, making Yuri shrug again. When the door opened, she was about to speak, and 2 guards came in to switch with her. "The Lord is asking for you," they said in unison, bowing towards Yuri, who, with a grin, hopped up from the sofa. "I will think about it, Mickey too. See ya gals later." "How's the new mission?" I asked, sipping tea served by Luna while I looked at Yuri from behind my table in my study. It was a beautiful sunset as spring was coming nearer and nearer, the snow finally beginning to melt. Boring as fuck. No, fucking is not boring, so it is boring as watching others fuck while you are tied up. You never change, huh? I chuckled, seeing in my peripheral how Luna bit her lips. I want your honest opinions, Yuri. I sent you there to monitor the 2 because even though you play the idiot, you are smarter than you let it show. Especially when it comes to reading people. If you praise me this much, I will get wet. Feel free to do so. So, what do you have for me? The big Mikan, with the boobs that need to be kneaded daily, is fine. She doesn't fake it, she is sorry about it. Even I feel sorry for her. I think she is going through a complete identity crisis and will break if this keeps up. How do you know? Luna asked, making Yuri smile, answering me directly, not looking at her. I went through the same as a kid and broke under it. Luckily, I got better, as you can see. She is hiding it, but she exists in an awful place right now. I don't think she would object if you sentence her to death. That bad, huh? I asked, rubbing my temple. I did feel sorry for Mikan, but not for Elysian. Yep. Now, the other Mikan, the skinny one. Bayiich. With a big B. I ain't trustin' that whore of a manipulator. I knew a girl like that, pimping me out. She had honey on her lips, but it was for masking the taste of venom. Fuck her. I see, thank you. The moment the cuffs are ready, I will have a talk with Mikan. Now I am sure of what I will do. You do know, Yuri warned me, that it will close a door forever. Bitches like her won't forgive you if you lock her up. I know. It would have been nice to have someone who could heal my people if sickness struck, but we would have to do it without her. I am happy to make allies and work together with others, but I won't go out of my way to make it happen, and if they are more of a threat than a friend, I will not hesitate to eliminate them. I said with a certain finality in my voice, standing up and turning towards my window, watching the sunset. What about me? You are a friend, no? I smiled, looking back at her over my shoulders, making Yuri grin. And what about my body? Would you rail me here, on the table, if I wasn't disfigured? Eeeh. Luna yelled, holding her mouth shut with both hands, snapping her head back and forth between us, and I knew she was eager to run away and tell Sasha about it. I don't care about looks, Yuri. I care about the person within the body. Give it a few years, I will turn old just as anyone else. Looks are fleeting things and will rot away. I can deal with that, but not with a rotting personality. That makes my stomach turn. So, you would rail me as I am? She asked after a long pause, making me chuckle, but I didn't answer her. Ahahaha, I take it as a yes. Ha. Okay, I won't tease you, I know I need the first pussy's permission foremost to get into your pants. Her name is Sasha, and she is your queen. Luna harumphed, unable to hold it back any longer, making Yuri grin at her. Okay, second pussy, calm down. It's all fine, we are all pussy sisters here. I will be the third soon enough, relax. Humph. No way. Girls, enough. I turned around with a sigh, looking at them, play nicely with each other, okay. Or do I need to tell Sasha to keep you two in check? It seemed that my warning worked, which was nice to see. While Luna didn't want to cause trouble for her new best friend, Yuri didn't want to give Sasha any opportunities to go against her. Who would have thought that Sasha would turn out to be a perfect matriarch, huh? While I was waiting for the blacksmiths to create the cuffs, I began designing what I wanted to do first, the water treatment appliance and its follow-ups. The formation to clean the water was already ready and modified to take in CC, I just needed to create the blueprint for it to be made. With the idea of installing a heating system in my head, it has become my top priority to finish. Then, I can use the filtered water to recirculate it into the heating system while the remaining waste will be sent to be composted and either used by us or traded away. As to who Well, that will be my mother's or her student's job to figure out. That looks really complex, Master. Luna whispered, not wanting to disturb me, but she couldn't hold it back while watching the multiple pages worth of drawings. It is, yet not. It is like playing Lego or the game Pipes. I just need to design it well. I will probably build a huge purifying castellum at the end, which will have the formation installed within. Then, we can collect the sewage in it, and from there, clean water will be redirected to multiple others. The first will have to be accessible for people to regularly maintain and clean out the separated waste. Who will work it? It doesn't sound nice. It isn't. But there are always people who are, well, limited. I shrugged, remembering Merlin's previous report. It is a small percentage, but we still have around 2 to 3% of the population who can barely be considered literate. I won't let people who can't and won't work have their homes for free. I am not a charity. Want to live here? Put effort into it. Refuse to do so. I will relocate them. Won't they be living on the streets then? Or start resisting you? Let them try. I won't stand still and watch my city be ruined. I am not a charity, nor am I an idealist. I am banking on the fact that the people built this place, and they will want to protect it as theirs. Those who are slacking off or are disruptive will be ejected by them naturally, so there should not be much opposition. If there is, I will use force to remove said individuals. I am building this place so we all can enjoy life together. Anyone who is disrupting that goal will be dealt with without mercy. I am not really versed in things like this, Master, but later on, people will forget it. Just look at the capital city. It could be the case, yes. But that is going to be the problem of the people of that time to solve. I can't do everything, I am no god. That is true. She giggled, making me reach out and pinch her buttocks. Cheeky. Anyway, I am concentrating on the now and trying to do my best. I am not a born leader, a social engineer, or someone versed in psychology. I will do what I feel is right and logical and see what comes out of it. I understood none of that, Master. No matter. What you need to understand is that the people here lived in what I would call poverty. You called this place a land of barbarians, and in a sense, you weren't wrong. With the changes I brought in, a new way of life opened up for them. One that they didn't think about before. I want them to understand this and instill the thought in them that they must protect it. It is part of the classes Merlin is holding to the kids, teaching them that the way we live here is superior and they ought to value, nurture, and defend it. Isn't that indoctrination, Master? Oh. I smiled, surprised she knew about that word. It is. If you want to look at it like that, you're welcome to do so. But it is also the truth. Does it really matter if it results in the fact we have a stable, clean city with its people working together in harmony and can enjoy their lives? I suppose not. She murmured, thinking hard, playing with her hair in the process. I do like the idea of living leisurely and happily. We got really far from talking about my blueprints, huh? I laughed, happy to see she didn't worry about voicing her opinions. Because that is way too abstract for me, Master. I can only see lines and squiggly numbers that make no sense. Those numbers do give me a headache because I will need a lot of iron to make the pipings. Still, the mines are being constantly deepened and worked on, with the smithies firing up, work can be done. The start is slow, but it will slowly kickstart the industry. I may even need to establish a mining guild the same way. I'm finished. Sasha's voice interrupted us as she hurriedly entered my study with a beaming smile, binging in a fat stack of parchments and laying them before me. Oh. Let me see. I sat up quickly, looking them over, praising her multiple times. It was the best choice to leave the design of this spell to the #1 fire mage I know. Her innate talent showed itself as I could see a complex magic formation before me, utilizing no less than 20 pieces of CC. In turn, it will be highly configurable and act as the primary system, responsible for heating the water and bringing warmth to all the houses in the winter. Looking at it, it was a very thought-out model as one CC was bigger than the rest, being its key, so to speak. Without it, the formation would be dormant, so I would only need to put it in place at the start of winter, conserving its integrity and power during the warm months. I also made a smaller version, which we can add to the aqueduct at set intervals. It will help prevent water from freezing in the winter. She continued explaining in high spirits, almost jumping from one foot to another. Great. This winter was especially harsh. I already got reports of multiple pipe failures that will need to be replaced now that the snow has begun melting. We will insert them then. Nice job, my future archmage. Arch what? Luna asked, looking back and forth between us. It will be Sasha's second title besides being my queen. She will lead all the witches and wizards under me. You expect more? They asked me simultaneously. Of course. I would be disappointed if that doesn't happen. 5 days after I had given the task to the blacksmiths to create my very first artifact, I was notified by the Minister of Industry that they had finished. Earlier than I expected. I nodded while eating my breakfast, even inviting Paxson to join us. That is a good sign. I'd like you to bring the finished products to me, and I will test them myself. When I have chosen the one I like the most, I will call upon you and announce the name of the first forge master. When Paxson delivered them to us, I took them to our usual test field, close to the city. I was already thinking I should wall it off, cleat it up, and create a proper testing zone guarded by my soldiers. It could be done soon as it was already getting warmer, and we were blessed with a sunny day. It meant that the temperature finally climbed above 0 Celsius, slowly making the snow around us begin to melt. After arriving at the spot and unboxing all of them, I couldn't help but examine them individually, astonished at their craftsmanship. I won't lie, I expected a much rougher result. They are used to creating small stuff, no. What else would you need here? Luna asked, shrugging, which in turn made me smile. Exactly. They mostly made horseshoes, tools for the homes and everyday use. But this also proves something else for me. That is. Yuri hummed curiously. She was also present for this testing round, and it was Sasha who answered her, not me. They take pride in their profession. Wouldn't you want to give your all when you get the chance? Seeing all of them, it is clear that they were happy to be given something different. It was finally not just a boring, let's make another pan, instead, it turned into, let's do our best, for their king. Exactly. Merlin nodded happily, agreeing with everything Sasha was saying, and I saw him making notes, probably to include it in his lessons. I understand, maybe. Yuri shrugged, scratching her head, watching me finish examining the bracelets and placing them on a table. TSK, you gave them gold. One of them was brave enough to go and ask for it. When Paxson relayed the request to me, he was sweating like crazy. Merlin giggled happily, I gave the authorization. It wasn't much anyway, and if it doesn't get chosen, we will just melt it back. You let them have it. Just like that. Luna gawked because, for her, it was unbelievable that a kid, even if he was the Prime Minister, would make a decision like that without consulting with me. Why not? Merlin is my Prime Minister. I trust him to make such decisions. This is why I chose him to take up the role. I can't and won't micromanage everything. Hee hee. With a happy laugh, Merlin was blushing and wiggling back and forth, enjoying my praise just as much as Sasha's hand on his hand, ruffling his hair with affection. Back to the products. I see they all followed the blueprints, and the dimensions are down to the letter, but their design is unique. This one looks really nice. Yuri exclaimed, picking up the one that was made out of gold, of course. I am not surprised you took that, but that is not the one I am most satisfied with. Oh. Which one, then? Merlin and Luna asked at once while I turned towards Sasha, watching if she had guessed it yet. This one. When her finger pointed to one that was made out of iron, it made me smile because she guessed it right away. You know me best. It may look simple at first glance, but it is not. Look at its inside, the one who made this used wood, which is then cushioned and covered with leather. Hold it, touch it, and you will feel that the inside of it is soft. Then he worked the iron around it, on the outside surface, attached to the wood. The iron is there to be two things, decoration and what holds the CC in place. The one who made this went beyond the task. Because it's fancy? Yuri asked again, but I shook my head. He understood the task. He did not only look at the blueprint and begin blindly following the instructions. He used his brain. Yes, the others' works are great and masterful, too. Just look at how they formed and decorated them or found the solution to make the socket for the CC work. It is all unique, but this one is more than that. He realized it is to go on a person's hand, and for that, it needs to be comfortable. Especially if it is going to be worn for an extended period of time. I never disclosed this in my blueprint, yet this one gets it. I like it the most. So why test the rest? Because, I turned towards Luna, who asked the question, I don't know if the way an artifact is made influences its capabilities or not. My guess is not, but I need to be sure. Your turn, Sasha. She nodded happily as she took out a thin, needle-like rod and began concentrating on it. A moment later, it quickly turned scarlet, and she began using it as a pencil, drawing up the magic formation and engraving it onto all of them. What's that? Merlin asked, wiggling his eyebrows, feeling the strangeness emanating from it. CC. I answered calmly, watching Sasha work. I made it from the thin strands Yuri brought back and spun a few together. As you can see, it becomes the perfect engraving tool with Sasha's magic. Don't worry, I will make one for you too. When she was finally done, it was Merlin's turn as we put them one by one onto his wrist. My first theory was quickly confirmed as the bracelet's design or materials had zero impact on its effects. What mattered was the formation and the CC. I can't. Merlin said while gasping, trying his hardest to summon his powers. The moment I call for it, I feel like I'm being pinched, and then it goes away. Even if you try your hardest. Yes. Perfect. But. Yuri chimed in, sounding concerned, couldn't she simply take it off? Mikan could. I nodded, forming a small smile, and we will see if she will or not. This is not just for Elysian but for Mikan, too. If she can wear it for me, I can trust her. If she can't, she is all yours. Oh. I won't say no to that offer. I like her body. I couldn't help but feel the hair stand on my arm after I saw Yuri smile and the sharp light in her eyes for a brief moment. Well, I really hope, for Mikan's sake, she won't make the wrong choice when I visit her tomorrow. With the artifact chosen, I visited Mikan the following day, with Sasha accompanying me. Entering her room, she looked worse for wear, her eyes having big, black bags under them, in deep contrast with the radiance given off by her ancestors' magic. Yuri was right, she was not in a good place mentally. Even I could tell that looking at her. Ah, I didn't know you were coming. She murmured, trying to fix her loose robes as she spent all her time cooped up in her room, going out less and less. I was expecting Elysian to show up and say something, but she remained silent. That is good, too, maybe she thinks I am finally here to negotiate or tell her I was wrong and ask for more knowledge. What she miscalculated initially was that she had already given me everything I needed. I had all I required in my head, I just had to sort them out, which was the slow and challenging part. She had simply given me the master key and saved me the time of lockpicking every book I memorized for their knowledge. No worries, please, sit. I gestured towards the couch while we sat opposite her, having the small, empty coffee table between us. Are you here too? She looked at us, but I shook my head with a smile. No, we came to speak with you. I don't think I can persuade her, young Viscount. She started immediately, but I raised a hand to stop her. I don't need to. I am not here to talk with a fragment of the past but to speak with you, Miss Morningstar. About what you want to do in the future. I don't think I understand. We already talked about it once, but I want you to join this city. I am willing to build you a temple where you can live and also teach about the 6 gods. But you also said that people here are not really fond of the church. I learned what happened and why, so I can understand it. What they did was not how it should be. I didn't say it would be easy. Still, I would let you do it. I won't deny it to those who want to practice it, as it has been around for over 3,000 years. But there would be changes. Such as? She asked, and I could see genuine interest and drive in her once again. I knew that faith meant a lot to her, and probably it remained the only thing she still considered her own after learning her magic was fake. You will have to rewrite it. You must go through all the lore you know and would later teach and rework it. I will allow you to preach if you remove every meddling in it caused by the Empire. I want you to identify all the modifications that point towards the Empire and its bloodline being special and omit them from the texts. Fully. Without exceptions. I see. Should I replace them with you? No. I answered her question and ignored the slight snark underlying it, as it was a logical conclusion on her part. I want it to be free from politics. It should be separated from the state wholly. The church will have no power and no associations with it. You can preach freely, but you can't convert. The people will decide what to believe. What I want you to teach them are morals and what seems to be the core value within the six gods' words, the expectation that we can reach their realm one day. Not the chosen ones, not the select few, but we as a collective. Do you understand me? I think. She mumbled, feeling her face flushed a little as she became visibly excited again. I will establish a new department that will be independent but part of the ministry. You will be the new head of the church and integrate into my society. Your only role will be to provide culture and enrich it for my people, and not to control, shackle, or order them around. If I learned one thing about humans, it is that faith can't be beaten. Sooner or later, people will turn to something they can worship, so it is best if I get a hold of it early. I will need a lot of time to redo everything, young Viscount, but I think I can do it. Please, let me do it. I am not afraid of challenges, and the teachings of the six are valuable. It tells us the indomitable spirit of the people and that heaven is within our reach. I wanted to tell her that those six probably talked about what I witnessed when I died, but it was too late to start explaining. There is only one problem. Sasha spoke up, taking it over from me. It was time to talk about magic, so it was her time to act as the leader of all mages under my rule. Ah, yes. Mikan shuddered, her previous fire quickly extinguished, going back into a lethargic mood, lowering her head. It is not an unsolvable problem. With that, she took out the chosen bracelet and placed it on the table. It was already set up completely and only had to be put on Mikan's wrist to activate it. Watching her face, she clearly didn't recognize it, but as she leaned forward, almost touching it, we heard Elysian's voice, commandingly making her hand stop. Don't you dare touch it. Mikan, it's a trap. Trap. I laughed while Sasha only smiled, watching as the old spirit took up a visible form, filling the room with her golden mist and the scent of vanilla. It is not. Sasha continued, ignoring Elysian, speaking directly to Mikan, this device here is something that will neutralize magic. Wearing it, you will no longer feel the interference or be able to try and influence magic. Elysian Morningstar would have her peace at last. You think it would work on me? She snorted, her anger making the rolling mist churn around us. I am Morningstar. I am the top witch of Ashilia, made our armies invincible, and have the blood of the gods within me. Do you think you can contain the powers of the goddess Orsi? Many tried it, but none managed to do so. I know of this trivial formation you have on it, even if you modified it. My powers will break it. Then why are you speaking so much? Why sound so afraid? Asked Sasha, making me chuckle. I liked it when her fire showed its wild side. We don't trust you, but we do trust Mikan. You have been living within her without telling her. You have the power to help her, yet you have remained silent for more than 2 decades. You let her indulge in fantasies, and even now, when she is down, you don't help her up. What kind of witch are you? Is this how you repay saving your pathetic lover boy? Weren't you begging me like a snotty kid to save him? Wench. I would spat on you if I could. Elysian. Mikan yelled, looking surprisingly angry all of a sudden. Stop it. Shut up, do not interfere. She snapped back at her, looking down on Mikan with disgust. So, this is the true Elysian, huh? The little manipulator, albeit not a good one, it seems. I told you to go and seduce him with your body. You. Mikan flared up at once, heaving heavily, and maybe it was the first time I saw her genuinely angry. I know full well why you saved me. I interjected before the two could continue. You saw me, saw this place, and more importantly, saw Sasha. You immediately knew you could use us in your revenge plot. Not because she begged you, not because you grew a heart. No. It was because you could use us. You think you know. She laughed, sneering at me before glancing at Sasha. You know nothing, you powerless barbarian. You don't even know what you are or what she is, do you? Heh. Don't try to speak like a sage because you are nothing but a cockroach with a bit of a bigger head. Your knowledge and power are nothing compared to mine. Now, that was interesting, she was right, she did let something slip that I did not know about. I wanted to ask more, but that was an impossibility by now. We have gone too far, and we have long passed the sign of no return. I had enough. Mikan shouted, her chest heaving up and down. Without any more questions, she grabbed the bracelet and put it on without further hesitation. Elysian wanted to say something, but she was instantly dispelled, gone like a mirage as all the mist around the room whirled, withdrawing into Mikan's body at once. Silence. She whispered, looking around, blinking her silver eyes that slowly turned golden, making me raise an eyebrow. Was this an effect of Elysian's presence being suppressed or the bracelet's doing? I can't feel her, I mean, Elysian's powers. It is gone. It isn't. Sasha answered, standing up, walking over, and gently holding her hand. She is just being suppressed. She is the magic within you, and now she is trapped, unable to break through her cage. But she said dash. No matter what she said, she was lying. I interjected, leaning back and watching them. She is no longer whole but only a being of mana. If she would be that powerful, why could you influence her? Why would she be disturbed by you? Why would her mana leak out from within you? She had a big mouth to mask the fact she wasn't as powerful as she tried to present herself. Mikan Morningstar, I said, standing up, fixing my clothes, now it is finally only you. Being magicless is not bad, you can do just as much as any witch. Maybe even more. As a priestess. She murmured, rubbing the bracelet on her wrist that would now be an accessory she would have to wear constantly. I want to try. I want to do what you presented, Lord Leon. I am willing to be a priestess and reform the faith which is infested by the Empire's ideals. By people like my ancestor. I am glad to hear it. I will do my best. She bowed, holding her hands between her breasts. Elysian Morningstar said that she has the blood of the goddess Orsi, which is a blatant lie. Blasphemy. Okay. I chuckled, holding her shoulders, making her raise back up. Don't need to go inquisitorial on me right from the get-go. Inky, what? She blushed, not understanding it. Nothing. I grinned, letting her go. For the next week, I will keep up the surveillance on you, so please endure Yuri's presence for a little more. You will be free to move around after everything is in order and no sign of Elysian is detected within or around you. I thank you for the chance. She repeated again, bowing multiple times towards me, then to Sasha. I will work hard. Until the temple is built, you will live with us in the palace, and then you can move into your new home. I will consult with you when designing the temple, but I will let you rest for now. I know what happened is sudden and was a lot, so reorganize your thoughts, Priestess Mikan, then I will introduce you to the rest of the ministers when my next meeting arrives. Are you thinking about what she said? Sasha asked me later that night as we were lying in bed. Luna was already asleep beside us with a satisfied, silly smile while Sasha let her head rest on my chest. That too. I answered, stroking her hair, and about how long that little cuff of ours will hold out. I hope it will last long, but I will now know what to look for. Did you notice that her eyes turned golden after Elysian was suppressed? I did. The magic aura around her was gone in a snap, I could feel it fail. It was weird. BRR. I am glad I don't need to wear one of those. I will have to get some history books. She said she knows something about me and you, which makes me feel weird. I think she was simply trying to play around to make us not go through with it. Or she felt you were not like anyone else when she brought you back. Maybe. I nodded, as it did sound highly possible. Whatever it wasn't imperative. Or, was it? Why do I feel like this, then? Why can't I get it out of my head? When I called up the ministers for the meeting, I was happy to see that this time around, they were less nervous than before. Well, at least until they realized more people were present than before, including all the blacksmiths. Before I hear the reports in your plans for the upcoming year, I must start with some important announcements. Please sit. First, as you already know, Sasha is my wife. I began while smiling as she stood beside me, looking embarrassed for the first time in a long time. More than that, from now on, I officially establish our own department of magic, which she will be the head of, titled the First of Magic, the Archmage. Congratulations. The rest answered at once, clapping, the loudest being Merlin, grinning from ear to ear. From this point onward, anything magical is under her jurisdiction, and in the future, if more mages are born in our territory, they will learn under her supervision. Next, let me introduce Luna to all of you. I would have laughed if not for not wanting to tease her too much. She was blushing and being so stiff she almost fell forward as she stepped out, bowing. She was not saying anything, and after the others' greetings, she backed off next to my throne as soon as possible. From now on, she is my second wife. That's it. Of course, this simple sentiment was greeted with another wave of applause, including Sasha, who smiled at her encouragingly. Next to introduce is Urubisada, who will be part of the army, serving under Oleg. I continued as the others didn't need to know she would be someone who would run my Black Ops troops in the future. Her role will be to oversee the palace's security. And be the third wife. She added, making the others freeze after she brazenly interrupted me. I simply shrugged, glancing at Sasha, who nodded back, making me continue while smiling. Concubine. At best. Good enough, wahaha. With a hearty laugh, she sat back down, already satisfied with everything, nodding at the weak claps and uncertain congratulations. I assume all of you have received the notification from Merlin about my plans. Minister Renner, any opinions? I asked, looking at the men who had not much to report in our first council meeting. He was the fellow who headed the Ministry of Architecture. Previously, he only had the building of the first walls on his plate, but this was about to change. We received the plans, your lordship. He stood up, a bit nervous, bowing his balding head towards me. He was close to his 40s, at least that was what I guessed at first glance, but it could be the result of his previous, more challenging life. I already had my assistants to mark out the place where we can build a temple. But I asked, encouraging him to continue. Is this a good idea? He asked, glancing at Mikan, who was standing next to the long table. She had yet to join them as part of my ministers, not until I officially announced it. Merlin. I turned my head towards the boy who was already ready. As you asked, my lord, I conducted an anonymous survey in school. 44% of the answers stated that they wouldn't mind. Of course, this can't represent everybody, but I not only asked the kids but sent home a query so their extended families could participate in it. It was also a test to see how they fare. Luckily, it seems their education worked as they didn't forget to read and write. Thank you. Well, Minister Renner. Does that answer your question? Yes, my lord, and I'm sorry for posing the question. He bowed deeply towards me. Don't be. I approve of it. I commend you for it. I expect you all to voice your concerns. You have been selected to lead my different departments and are responsible for them. Never be afraid to question our decisions in these meetings to find the optimum. That is the goal why I hold these. Please go ahead and submit a report of what it would take to build the temple. Merlin will review and finalize it. Yes, my lord. This also takes us to my next announcement. Let me introduce you to Priestess Mikan, the new head of the church from now on. As I stated in my missive, she will be part of our culture. Not just our home but this whole land follows the 6 gods and their legend. I agree that what the previous church did was unacceptable. It is time that their teachings return to their original form, what it was thousands of years ago, free of distortions. Priestess Mikan will help us with that, give her a chance to show what the 6 gods meant by their words when they visited us. Thank you, your lordship, and thank you, ministers. She bowed deeply before taking her place at the table, and I exchanged a quick glance with Sasha. I could see the smile on her face as she knew full well that until a few months ago, I didn't believe in them at all. Oh well, things can change, no. Now, last but not least. My blacksmiths, please, step forward. The moment I mentioned it, they visibly shivered, coming forward, standing between me and the ministers at the table. I reviewed all of your works, and each and every one of them was perfect in their own way. But, there is only one person who can earn the title of Forge Master. Kraus Lithanen. Yes, my lord. He stepped forward, shaking like someone who had a high fever. He was well built, relatively young, maybe only in his early 20s, with long, blonde hair and a growing goatee. I watched as his blue eyes filled with excitement and tears, which, in turn, made me smile. From this day forward, you are the first of the blacksmiths in my domain. Hence, your title shall be Forge Master Kraus. Minister Paxson. Yes, my lord. Record him down as the first of the Forge Masters and make a public announcement. From now on, you will present my orders to the Forge Master, who then will be responsible for completing the directives. I hear and obey, my lord. They both said, bowing to me while I looked at the rest of the blacksmiths, encouraging them with a few words. Now, there are multiple things we have to work on, so expect your forges to be running hot from now on. I will need a lot of iron to be processed, so hire your staff well, and let us improve the city together. Ultimately, it was my longest meeting yet, but I was satisfied with the results. While half of the people will continue building the walls, the other half will start working on the temple. While they were doing that, I sent my blueprints to Paxson so he could deal with it. It was also a test to see how he managed and worked together with my new forge master and the blacksmiths. What they had to do was to produce the future pipes of the central heating system, a relatively easy job, but the quantity was what made it hard. The true challenge fell onto the shoulders of Kraus as I sent down a copy of the purifying castellum that was yet to be built. He had to design a system that could be controlled from the outside, sealing it so people could go in and clean out the waste before it continued operating. It was a challenging job, mainly because he would have to work in tandem with the builders who would assemble and implement the mechanisms. It will be the first big test of how well my people can work together. When it's done, I will have to slowly pass down the new knowledge about artifacts to the Forge Master. I thought to myself. It was my goal to make it so that only those who hold the title will have the know-how to work with CC and its properties. Maybe even teach them how to apply magic formations. We will see. You wanted to see me? I asked, stretching as I sat down with my mother. I wasn't alone because Sasha followed me, bowing towards her while Luna prepared tea for us. Even though Luna was now tasked with beginning training those who signed up to become maids in the palace when important guests came, she would not let anyone else do this but her. I did. My mother nodded with a serious look. First, I will start with the unimportant news. After teaching a few of your people, I deem that you have 3 families in this city with the perfect talent to become good merchants. I will train them personally and present you with a trading union built up like the one under Elliot's control. After a thorough investigation, I only trusted them to conduct tradings between territories as the rest failed to keep their mouths shut. If any of the other families venture out and begin trading, they would let things slip. And that would be catastrophic. Geez, and those are supposed to be unimportant news. I giggled, shaking my head. This was great news. I direly need that. Simply trading with my uncle's territory is insufficient, I need to expand on it. Carefully, yes, but I hope I can someday establish trading with other countries, too. But I don't want to rush ahead of myself. Yes. It is not that big of a deal. The rest whom I taught this winter are good enough to begin trading within the territory, with the villages and whatnot. Small businesses. They are still important, but I don't want to, and I won't supervise them for sure. For now, I sent them on a training mission. They are heading to your father to carry some beast meat over to your soldiers. So beasts did come. I hummed, letting Luna refill my cup. After you left, yes. More than once, but your minds did the job. Great work, Sasha. I hope we can have more of those by next winter. Yes, I will work hard to deliver them. She nodded with a happy smile, but it quickly disappeared after hearing my mother's follow-up words. Now, to the important thing. Where is my grandson? Again. I shrugged, but she wasn't having it. We almost lost you this winter. Her voice was trembling, and although loud, it was also weak. I told her many times that it wasn't her fault, even Mikan stepped forth and talked with her, but still, she was mortified when she first heard what had happened. Look. I raised my hands, not wanting to get into the topic again as I lived through it. Let's leave it behind already. It looks like the problem lies not with Sasha. Or Luna. It's me. Neither of them is pregnant yet. So you inherited my bane. She whispered, slumping back, looking dejected, nervously fiddling with her thumbs. Is it frequent? I mean, were there relatives of mine who had this issue? Mom. Not always, a few times, yes. But before me, it was my great-great-grandfather, who only had one son. Sometimes it happens. But he did have one, Yes, a late one, but, yeah, he did. Then all is good. I smiled, trying to appease not just her but Sasha, too. The only one who was unbothered by it was Luna. Although she didn't protest against being cream-pied every night, she also didn't care if she wasn't pregnant or not. I think she enjoyed the process more than she thought about what the end result would be. Sooner or later, it will happen. You stressing about it won't make it occur sooner. I am still young, Mother. It will happen. I will make sure of it. Sasha nodded, standing up and sitting beside her, holding her hands, patting them warmly. My poor girl. My mother whispered, and soon they were hugging like sisters, talking about it like I wasn't there, discussing supposed ointments, or positions that may help. At least you are fine with it. I mumbled, leaning my head back and watching Luna stand behind me. It's okay. I was taught when I was being prepared to be a maid how to expect and deal with bringing a bastard into the world. I am completely ready if it happens. If not, that is good, too. What bastard? I turned around, flicking her forehead, making her moan cutely. Want me to spank you or something? Our kid would be eligible for the throne. Really? She flinched, not thinking about it, and seemingly, it just registered in her brain at that moment. Duh. I wasn't playing with words when I named you as a wife. But, how things stand now, it is unlikely that I will have 100 kids. 100, everyone shouted, looking at me. Luna was distraught and pale while Sasha was trying to count how that would be possible, while my mother. Her eyes were burning with zeal. From snow to rain, that would summarize how spring worked in here. I was already thinking I should introduce a new calendar, but with everything going on, it was one of the least noteworthy things right now. The Empire, and I guess the rest of the world, split the year into two segments, dawn of the year and dusk of the year. In a few weeks, we will be fully in the dawn and be out of this cold and wet season. Oh well. I shrugged, sipping my coffee while I stood before the window of my study, watching the gray skies and the heavy rain that had been pouring down without stopping for the past 3 days. The drainage is at least being washed out. That was when knocking came, and Luna entered, staying next to the door. The Forge Master has arrived at the palace. He asks for a meeting with you, Leon. That is unexpected. Directly to me and not to Paxson. Did something happen? I murmured, and Luna was unsure, but she still continued. He brought along multiple iron things. Like the stone tablets Sasha makes. She is there with him, inspecting them, and she looks really excited. I think whatever it is, she really likes it. Oh. I know what it is. I snapped my fingers, surprised as I thought it would be pushed back with how I dumped the task of making iron pipes onto them. Arriving at the throne room, Sasha had already laid out the tablets on the table, and there was a pile of tiny metal blocks she was rummaging through to put them on and secure them in a place like playing with a giant puzzle. I wasn't wrong, it was the finished, metal movable type I was waiting for. I almost forgot about it. Forge Master Kraus. I laughed, greeting him, watching as he saluted and bowed towards me. My lord. I apologize for my intrusion, I was just too excited and immediately came when I finally finished it. It's fine, let me see. I walked close, watching my wife immersed in her little puzzle game, until she finally put together a whole page's worth of text. Then all this needs to be inked up and, it can print out a page multiple times. I see. She murmured, nodding her head, finally noticing me. Exactly. It would make creating books extra fast and make them uniform. You no longer need to try and read someone's lousy handwriting, and there won't be 2 different versions of the same book. Of course, I knew this was already happening in other parts of the Empire, but here? Not a chance. No wonder Luna was wholly uninterested in it and didn't really bother with its importance. It was normal for her to find printed books. My lord, Kraus continued, looking excited, I finally understood it after studying the plans for the purifiers. It gave me inspiration on what I will need to make there. This interchangeability will be very useful there, especially for maintaining the magic formation. Oh. Now, this was even better. Did he understand the formation? Continue. I am interested in what you understood from it. I know no magic, my lord. I can't tell what that sorcery within the blueprints means, but I realized it has an interchangeable part. I am already in the work of creating a way for whatever it is, it could be swapped out easily and quickly. Yes, that place is for the CC, that is going to be its energy source. CC. He repeated, unsure of it. He is good. Then, I should not wait. It is a precious resource, my Forge Master. It is something that only mages can use. I see, it is that rock that has been inserted into our creations, no. The thing on Priestess Mikan's wrist. Exactly. I grinned, clapping happily. I chose well when I named you my Forge Master. Now I am even more happy. Listen, explaining it would take a long time. I guess the printing machine itself is already ready. It is easier to put together than creating these tiny pieces. Yes, my lord. The rest have already built 6 machines. I did not forget about the very first task you gave us, so I instructed one of the blacksmiths to continue making these metal parts. I think, in a few weeks, we should have enough to operate all machines at once. Very good, managing the guild like this is what is needed of someone in your position. I am more than pleased. It is my honor, your lordship. Tell you what. Gather your apprentices when it's done, and Sasha and I will create the first printed book. It will be the manual explaining all that we know of CC, and it will be something exclusive for only your eyes. For me. Yes. I already decided that only the best will be allowed to work with and understand what CC is. It is something that is rare, irreplaceable, and already the core building block of my plans. I can't have anyone but my most trusted people work with it. Only the Forge Masters will have the knowledge of how to do that, so that book will be your inheritance. If you are no longer my Forge Master one day, you will pass it down to the next. You can't teach it to others, do you understand? Yes. He saluted seriously, vowing that he would not fail me. Don't worry. If someone comes along who replaces you as Forge Master, you will not be gone. You will work directly under me. My lord. He flinched, looking at me questioningly. The role of Forge Master is not to hog knowledge. At least, not all of them. I chuckled. You will share it with the others and look for talents who later on have the aptitude to replace you. When that happens, you will have 2 choices. Retire or come under me and work directly with me, handling CC. For now, don't think too deeply into it, my first Forge Master. Focus on the now, as the future will undoubtedly become the present. Later that day, I called upon Merlin, showing him what had been completed, and of course, he was way more excited than I thought it would be possible. We need to use it to print out my books. Your books? We asked, looking at him, surprised, watching as he blushed, getting embarrassed. Yeah. I have written a lot already. Like, you know. The ones I use when teaching others. And I have more. I have not shown anybody yet, you. Ahaha. Don't get shy now. I laughed, rubbing his head, making him smile happily, enjoying it immensely. Compile them, and we will print them out. I plan to establish the first printing works in the city to give some job opportunities. My own press will make the books I want, but I also plan to let my blacksmiths make more machines available to the public. Then, those could be leased out to people or let them buy it so anyone who is interested in it can start up their own businesses. They will need to be looked after, my lord. Merlin spoke loudly after thinking it through. What if they print something bad about you? I do not plan to introduce censorship. But lies and intentional sowing of dissonance will be punished. Oleg is already finishing the first round of training, the city guard will soon begin to roll out, so I will have to print out the first law book, too. I have too many things to do. I smiled, shaking my head. Did you see the new building Francis and the others had been ordered to build? A man asked, spending the early evening in one of the first taverns that had been opened in the city. Yeah, we did. Sitting at the same table, his friends nodded and hummed, voicing their displeasure. A temple, why do we need it? Damn church. We are better off without them. But, where do we go if we are sick then? Perth. The others berated him. Did you forget already? They charged a lot for a blessing that didn't even work. Wasn't it Marka and her bruise that helped your kid when he was sick? Why yes, that's true. He mumbled, burying his face in his mug. Speaking of Marka, what is she doing now? I hadn't seen her since moving to the city. Sorbo, do you know anything? You were neighbors. I do. The first guy who brought up the temple topic nodded. She finished school and supposedly scored really high on the final tests. Last I heard, she wants to expand on her remedies and start selling them. I think she presented something to the boy Merlin, but I don't know much. Selling them. The other few mumbled, remembering how the church was asking a high price to treat illnesses, yet they usually never worked. Why not? After a few sips of beer, Perth asked again, regaining his courage, you said it just now, she was good with it. I remember Otto coughing and having a fever. Her bruise helped him get back to his feet and may even saved his life. Why is it wrong if she wants money for it? We do earn it now with our work. It is the same thing, no. Whatever. Sorbo grunted, the thing is, we don't need a temple. Not in our city. I don't know what the king is thinking. Sovereign. Perth corrected him, making the others look at him weirdly. It is in the sample of the book of laws that you can read, nailed to the news post on the main square. Didn't you read it? What are you on about, Perth? Are you drunk already? The others laughed at him loudly, thinking he was speaking nonsense. Ha! There was news of the, what was it called? Constipation. Idiot. The way Perth snapped at Sorbo surprised the rest. He was usually way more restrained, but maybe the minor fame he managed to score got to his head. Just because you learned that word, don't use it willy-nilly. He is drunk, all right. He laughed, waving him off, but Perth did continue, ignoring Sorbo. Constitutions. That's it. In it, King Leon used the term sovereign when he was talking about himself. So, he is not a king or emperor but the sovereign. Whatever. The others waved his words away, not bothering with it. It is the same thing in the end. Inviting the church back to our lives will have nothing good come out of it. You will see, mark my words. Yeah. The others nodded in agreement, voicing their own ideas on ensuring nobody goes into the temple when it's done. There was even some drunken sentiment that they should speak with Francis and make it so that the temple's construction would drag on and may have some additional problems, to make it undesirable to finish, but that was very quickly shot down. After leaving the tavern, Perth returned home alone, welcomed by his wife, Nara, who had just put their kids to bed, helping her husband undress. What is it, dear? You look troubled. She whispered, caressing his face. I don't know. I feel I no longer recognize my friends. There are so many options for us in this city, and they are not seeing it. Did you tell them? No, he answered, lowering his head, letting his wife pull it into her bosom. I think it is useless to tell them anyway, they wouldn't leave the construction job with me. Then just leave. You already got the letter, leaving them behind is not your fault. The words of our sovereign are true, we do have the opportunity to better our lives. If they don't see it, we can't help them. What Nara was talking about was the open letter on their kitchen table, which Perth received 3 days ago. It was written by the Minister of Architecture, Renner, promoting him and placing Perth directly under him. He was to take up his new position in a week's time and began his official training to become an official within the ministry. The whole thing started when the city was being built. The competition that he had won and how his name was forever encased on the fountain's wall he designed. Perth always liked making things. Items, be they from clay or wood, anything that looked nice and evoked the feeling of pleasure when looking at them. It was the most liberating thing he ever did, and when he had the freedom to carve out statues, he couldn't help but let all his imagination fly through his fingers. He just couldn't shake it out of his mind, and since that day, he wanted to be more than a construction worker. Here, in this city, it turned out to be possible. Their sovereign did not lie. Their future was theirs to make.